And hello there, everyone. Oh, we have Tom here, Manu. Thank you for being here, Finn. Well, Sam. Thank you for being here. Yeah, sorry for a little bit late. Woke up recently and had to eat something before starting the stream. But here we are. Mm. So, today we are going to advance a little bit on shadows. Yesterday I was doing. Wait, I'm gonna put it here. Shadows in Milanote. So there we go. So yesterday last week we did a little bit of the pre-production. Yesterday I advanced a little bit. So basically this is what it looks like. It looks like a lot. It is a lot, but this is something that we should have done. We were gonna do at some point, and I think it's better if we do it this way instead of doing element by element while programming, because then we're gonna think something that we missed and we have to modify and go back and everything. So I think this is pretty good. We are going to start little by little. First of all, I think we're gonna put everything in order, as we would like a priority order. For example, you can see in the base game system. So let's go here, for example. This part we are gonna do today, the input system, that's for sure. The signal system is a simple signal system that I've used in a lot of projects, which is pretty easy to use. And we're gonna follow tutorials one by one. The idea is also for people that don't know how to program games to be comfortable here as well, seeing what I'm doing. And yeah, little by little we're gonna do each one of these. Not today, of course, it's just gonna be little by little. So I wanted to focus on this part today specifically, or a few of these, because it's important to have like the input system. I think I want to do a debug system that it's simple but useful. That way we can start using those tools once we come and use this. For example, when we use the camera, we will need the input system. The analytics, that's for playtesting, which I think would be very important to have the analytics system from the start. That way I can recover data from the start of the game, and I don't have to think that afterwards, because that's gonna be way harder. So yeah, the idea is to start one by one. So first thing we're gonna do is go to our Unity project. Well, this is the latest version that I have. I don't know if I'm gonna use we're gonna use, or if I have space for the new editor. And I don't know how stable it is, the new editor. So in Unity you have multiple choices when it comes to making your own game. I've learned the most with Unity since like 5 years ago. So I think we're gonna use Unity, but you have Godot, you have Unreal Engine, you have Game Maker, and there's not a better option than the other. It just depends on which one do you feel more comfortable with, and which one is more logical for your project. for me, I feel more comfortable with Unity, even though I would love to start learning about Godot. Godot is gonna be the future of game development, I think, and Unreal Engine is way more complex than I would like. Unity 6.2 is awesome. That is cool. Okay, perfect. So I hope it's not that heavy, because yeah, install editor 6.2. It's LTS. Exactly. Exactly. I agree with your Udgarden way. The only specific reason that I'm deciding to do Unity instead of Godot is Godot is still young, which is not a problem per se. It's functional, it's stable. There are many games that have been made in Godot. The only thing that personally for my project I would like, it's not LTS. That's what I was thinking about. In that case, well, if it's, yeah, I think it will be soon. So I think, well, I am not sure if this is gonna be the project or this is gonna be the prototype, and we're gonna scrap it at some point once I get the team and use Unity, well, the better version. So I think we could start with 6.2. Let's do it with this. Required. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I already have the prototype in the other one. Yeah, let's do this. And turn around. Visual Studio. I don't care about Visual Studio. I'm not using Visual Studio. It's been a while since I haven't programmed. But yeah, I still have here the first Shadows project. 16 days ago I opened it. This is the first Shadow project. It still has some basis of the prototype. So yeah, this one is, I'm keeping it just to see a few things, but once again, I think that I didn't do this. So when I first started the project of Shadows, I did, for example, I did the movement, I did the arm rotation, I did the missiles, I did the shot, I did some lights, but once again, it was just little by little without any clear direction, programming direction. Design direction was always there, but the programming direction, the thinking before and everything, and this project, the prototype, this one, I think I did it, yeah, it's 2022, the latest version I used, so it's been a while, you know. So that's why it's an old project, but it has its things that I could use. The creative process behind it, yeah, that's a good idea. Thank you, Manu. So, well, first of all, Shadows has been my little game that I started game development to make one specific game, and while I was studying and advancing and learning about video game development, I realized that that project that I wanted to do was extremely hard, extremely profound, and if you want, the idea behind the first idea that I had, the idea behind the first game that I wanted to do is, imagine a Zelda, top-down 2D, old Zelda, that where you can kind of like the same idea with Undertale, a mix between the two, where any enemy you can save or you can kill it, and that's basically the main idea. And when I think about that project, that means making an interaction system with each NPC, with each enemy, a system that allows for the player to kill this one and save this one and have an interaction that happens if that exactly happens. So I knew that that was gonna be harder and take more time and was more technical. So I said to myself, okay, that's not gonna be my first game. Sorry. That's not gonna be my first game. My first game has to be something that's a little more simple in that sense. And that's where Shadows came. I've always loved Metroidvanias. That's been my genre, my favorite genre. I think there's so much that makes me so. I mean, narratively and mechanically, Metroidvanias have been great for me. So I said to myself, okay, I want to do a Metroidvania, but how and why? The idea behind the first thing that came to my mind was thinking about the Metroid games, and there were always games of ambience. I love ambience games where you feel the pressure, and when you play Super Metroid for the first time, you feel weird in a world that's just weird, and you feel the pressure of the ambience. You are just walking down the halls, you see little creatures that you don't really know if they're friends or if they're gonna attack you. You just feel that pressure. Subnautica does that too. So that's when I said to myself, I want to do a Metroidvania about ambience in general. At that point, I was studying still, and I said to myself, okay, what other thing do I want to my Metroidvania? I want it to be inspired in Metroid, so the cannon and the missiles, and that's when I realized that I wanted to do lightning. That there was I wanted to do something about the lightning and use that as a mechanical tool and as a narrative tool. So the base idea of the game started like this. No, it's not this one. This is the base idea of the game when I started. Then of course I did the prototype, so this is further. But in my head, this is what I had when I started to think about shadows. The more I thought, the more I liked what I wanted to do with it, the more I realized the potential and what I really wanted to do. Shadows started like that, in my head, and then little by little, I said to myself, what's gonna make sense in what I want to do? The narrative came later, and I said to myself that I wanted to talk about depression, talk about my experience with depression, but not in a sad way, but more in a this happened. People go through depression. It is something that happens. What has helped me go and what has helped me to get better in those situations, what has helped me with my anxiety, and naturally, organically, the game guided me to talk about emotional management. That's it. Emotional management is the thing that started to come to my head. And at the end, the last two things that I wanted to do a scanner mechanic where people can scan the objects, and that mechanic was in my head for a long time. But then I said the other mechanics. That's the thing with a game. I think that when you have your base design clear, the game develop itself, in the design part. The game is gonna tell you what feels good and well when what doesn't, and that's also important. That's why it's also important to prototype, because during the prototype, the game tells you what feels good and what doesn't. You can feel what is forced, what doesn't make that much sense, and what is fun, what is simply fun. So the game started to guide me in this idea to use the lightning in a mechanical way, in, well, different ways. The first one, to be able to see and use the dark part as a feature, as well as the lit part. The second one, mechanically, would be to be able to, I don't know, activate switches or things when they're inside the light for a period of time. That way I can manage progression with the player. If I take away the light of the cannon in the player is gonna only have its helmet and the light surrounding it. So it's not gonna be able to open some passages that require the cannon light. And the third one would be the colors. That's when it came the idea of the light having colors and the colors having a mechanical impact in the game. So that's where the no, I don't want Visual Studio. I don't use Visual Studio. So that's when the colors came into head. I did this prototype for while I was studying, but when I was studying, I had a lot of other things to do. I was working at the same time. You can ask Urgan Wei also. He was my partner in the first year, the project of the first year. And we had a lot to do because we were working and studying at the same time. So I didn't give that much time to shadows. Just a little bit of prototyping like this. Today, yeah, it was rough. Today I have more time and I want to give the time to that dream. This is one of my dream games, and I think I have the tools to do it today. The other one, I'm not ready for it. I don't have the tools still. Even giving time to group project was complicated. Exactly. I remember with Tom, with Urgan, we worked a little bit in the start of the year in our project. Urgan, we made a game in VR, and Urgan made a really good interaction system in VR. He was already working with VR. He was experienced in it, and he loves physics. That's another thing that I love to talk with him. He loves physics. So in VR he made a pretty cool system of interactions, and we started to work on that, but we didn't have that much time, and we then at the end of the year we had another rush to play. Yes, physics is so fun, and that's why I did the missile system. But yeah, so we didn't have any time. Today I do have, and about maybe it was January of this year, I said to myself that I wanted to have a game design document, but not any game design document. Now I'm experienced. Actually, the first game design document of Shadows is about here. So it doesn't have hard times can create projects too. Yeah, I agree. But this one had to be created, or at least started this way with time. So this is the first part of the game design documents. For those who don't know, a game design document is basically the Bible of your game. It should have everything that your game needs, clear, simple, and the concept of game design documents comes specifically for the developers to be able to follow the direction of the creative process, for the developers to be able to talk between them and everyone understand and having the same direction, because sometimes if you don't talk or put it in paper, people may have different versions of the what they want to do. So if somebody develops a feature and another person develops another feature, and then they'll really go to the same direction once they put it together, maybe it's not the best. So game design document is for the team to be able to communicate correctly and go to the same direction, and also to be able to show people your work. Maybe the prototype is not working still, but you have a game design document that should be able to be easily readable even for people outside the project. Maybe some parts are a lot more technical, but as you can see here, you have the summary. Well, I had the change logs here, but that was for the development part. The summary of the game, a little resume, narrative design, what's the main character, what's the setting, what's the narrative, well, not the narrative thread. This is a base that I did by inspiring me in other game design documents, so there are things from other persons that have made me learn or put, for example, the narrative design of the main character. That's something that it's used in most game design documents, but the narrative thread is something that I think it's important, and I haven't seen it in other game design documents. And for me, yeah, it's the narrative progression and how do you want to make the player feel during that experience. For example, well, and now today I have it. Wait, I'm gonna put it here. Shadows. No, no. How do you want the player to feel during the experience that you want to do? So I think it was progression. Yeah, this. So this is the narrative thread that I did, and I put it like comfortable feelings and uncomfortable feelings. Since this is a game that's gonna play a lot with lightning, I want the player to feel the ambience, and I want the player to feel pressured, just like in Super Metroid, just like in Subnautica, and play with that line and make the player to go into the comfortable part, making him feel that he's becoming more powerful, that he's moving around pretty good. Wait, I'm so sorry. Somebody is knocking at the door. Be right back. Yeah, sorry about that. There are packages coming in. Okay, so yeah, the narrative thread for me it was that I want the player to feel very, yeah, to start feeling powerful, then take it away, then make him feel powerful again. Because in the contrast is where the player can experience those feelings more intensely, or like if you give a player the movement and feeling powerful, and during the whole game it feels like that, starts killing enemies, doesn't have a problem with killing enemies and everything, he's gonna be bored in that sense, or he may be. But if you make the player feel stressed and then you give him power, it's gonna give him contrast and make him, and that powerfulness is gonna be more. He's gonna be felt more. At least that's my the way I do it, the way I see it. Sorry. So yeah, just the idea behind the game design document started, but I felt like the more I advanced, here we have the base cannon, missiles, the movement, but the more I advanced, the more I felt it was too small for what I wanted to do, or I didn't have enough tools to do something visually to be able to put everything that I have in my head in a logical sense, and to see a direction myself. When I saw these game design documents, I just saw work in that sense, and I didn't see the direction that I wanted. So I said to myself, I need something that helps me understand better and have a clearer image of what should be done for my game. And that's when I discovered Milanote. So this is a little actually discovered, not so much, because here we have Skybound Odyssey, which was my project of the third year of what we when we studied. I have Playtesting the Mind, and I have Shadows. And I discovered or rediscovered this tool where I could put a lot of things and organize it visually pretty easily, and made me feel better and have a clearer direction. So around January of this year, I started to put everything that I had in the game design document here and started to expand it more and more. And since I now have a little bit of experience, thank you. And now that I have a little bit of experience, I know where to go better. I've worked 3 years in a company, in a video game development company. Well, 2 years in one and 1 year in another. So I've learned what to do in some times, but specifically, I have learned what not to do. And that's the important part, because when I was working in that company, I had so many problems of programming that wasn't thought before, or things that were just that it wasn't they weren't thought in the pre-production. And when you're in a company, it's always a rush. You always you're always late. You always have to do things, and you never have time, because what the time that you have, you should work on the project that they gave you. And again, you're always late. You're always against the clock. So now that I had time, I wanted to divide everything. For example, like we can see here, the design documents and the development planification. Design documents is gonna be what we saw, like what is the art design direction, what is the game design direction, and what is the sound design direction. And here you have the programming, you have the marketing, you have the economic plan, you have I want to make a devlog. So separating things. And in the game design, which is my specialty, and I could divide mechanics and control, level design, narrative design, and everything became more clear and clear. I felt like in those 3 years we never left the prototyping of our games. I agree. It was mostly prototyping for our games, and for our projects, it was mostly prototype. That's for sure. But I think in the company that we worked, we saw a glimpse of what is the commercial development of applications and things like that. And at least for me in Carcassonne, I saw, and then in Rennes, I saw what could be what is the commercial part of trying to sell a game or a solution, an app, because in Carcassonne was an app, an augmented reality app, and in Rennes was a mobile app. But that already gave me the idea of, for example, the UI, the database, the player analytics, things like that. And I just started to pour my brain and the fog that I had in my brain. Well, I had the design direction, but one thing is to have it in your mind, and another thing is to have it on paper. And once again, this for me didn't work. I need something more visual, where I can make connections, where I can put more images, and it's not like this, even if those mushrooms look cool. But this was not for me. The level design, not gonna put it on a Word document. So that's why Milanote actually helped me so much to just unravel what I had in my head, because everything was connected. Everything was just a big ball of ideas. And now with Milanote, I have a clearer image of where I want to go and what I want to do, and separate things. Actually, yeah, this one was I haven't put my I haven't connected my PC yet. There we go. This one actually was my first Excel, and I think I'm gonna do it again. But yeah, the health system, if it's in course, oh yeah, I'm gonna try to make all my documents in English, but you're gonna see French and Spanish from time to time, and I'm sorry for that. My brain works in the 3 languages. But this one was in French, so and English. So for example, I wanted to do something that spoke to me. So the idea is the name of the task, the health system, and on the bottom, health UI. I think these two should be separated, because the health system should work alone, but you can't see what's the health of the player, for example, and that's why the health UI is there, to show the player and read the health system. But this one depends on this one, but the health system can work alone. The state it is, so if it's in course, Español, Franglais. Yeah, exactly. It's just a mix of everything. And so the state it is, if it's started in course, or if it's finished. Red is I haven't started. The percentage, what I think I have advanced, so this was 90. The section, player mechanics, UI, world mechanics, level design, research. I had a little, again, this was also in the way before. The priority, if this is something that I want to do as priority number 1. Importance over other systems. That's the idea of if the health system is important for the UI, for making the damage system and everything, that means the health system has a pretty big importance over other systems. The health UI, if I don't have it, I can advance in other things. So it has a low important system, over other system. If it's usable solo, that's because I was thinking about showcasing and showing to people how solo can I use it, and how can I show these features solo. the health system can't be shown alone, the UI can't be shown alone, but maybe the grenade can be shown alone, you know? And showable, how interesting it is to show. For example, the health system, I can't show it. I would have showed it through the health UI system. And how much time should I spend? How passionate about it I feel? I think that's important. Also, at least for me, that way I can, the days that I don't have that much energy, I can try to find something. If I have the space to choose what I need to work on that day, I can choose something that I'm more passionate about. And the days that I have high energy, if I want to do something that I'm not passionate about, for example the health system, well, I can do it in those days where I have high energy, or if I need to, you know. So yeah, it just started to become more and more of a reality by making the design documents and separating everything little by little, the mechanics, the grenade and the missile system, which is like we said with Urgan earlier, playing with physics is fun, is just extremely fun. And I thought the lighting system and the color system was a really good mechanic that I haven't seen anywhere else. The scanner system, to the extent that I want to use it, I don't think I've seen it anywhere else. And of course my inspiration is Metroid, so I was thinking about the cannon shot, the missiles, but I wanted to give a twist to the missile part. And that's where I started to think, how can I make missiles that are fun? And as we said with Urgan, playing with physics is fun, and that's when I had the idea to make a missile that the player can choose the components, and that each combination of components is gonna give a different result in launching the missile. So that's when I thought about the weight. That way the player can control the direction, or more than the direction, how, if it's gonna fall or if it's gonna follow a straight line. So lightweight is gonna be like in Metroid, and very heavyweight is gonna have a parabol. Then other types of interactions that I could think about when I think about a missile. So when I think about a missile, I said to myself, whoa, maybe it can rebound, maybe it can get sticky, maybe it can roll. Once it hits something, it starts to roll and it's more heavy. Maybe it can explode after 3 rebounds, 4 rebounds. Maybe we can leave the player the decision of how many rebounds before it explodes. The seconds as well, and the remote, and just this again. I recommend always do a game design document, because once you start to see things clear in paper, everything and the connections that maybe weren't that clear in your head, or you thought they were clear, you start to see the problems and the good things between those connections and those relationships. For example, I saw that the number of rebounds and the seconds, these are 3 different components for the missile. So the idea would have been that the player can choose how many rebounds does the missile take after before exploding. Then he can change this component and put a component that's gonna be in seconds, so after how many seconds is it gonna explode, and then another component that is remote. But as I was putting this idea, I had it in my mind for a while, but as I was putting it in the design document, I said to myself, wait a minute, if the player has the remote thing, why does he need 10 seconds? Like, this missile is gonna explode in 10 seconds if he can put the remote part and he can explode it himself after 10 seconds remotely. So those are the kind of things that you realize that don't make that much sense, and then comes the work of a game designer to see how to fix that problem and do this. you're in game design, you're gonna see a lot of excels like this for balancing or this. So as the game started to develop like that, I just said to myself that I know that the only thing that I want right now, I follow the, or I try to follow the Luffy philosophy of One Piece, of asking myself what is it that I want, and then understand that the rest, what comes after answering that questions, are just means, justifications, excuses, or things that are a reality, but that can be surpassed, you know. And I said to myself, I want to make my game. Okay, so I need money, I'll find money. I need time, I'll find time. I need a team, I'll find the team when I have the resources. But for now, I have the capacity of starting the project, and that gives us today. That brings us to today, where I've been working. Last programming stream, we were working on the pre-production, and today we are working on the pre-production or we're starting the development. So we're gonna make a new Unity project in version 6. Okay, now it's universal render pipeline, it's the base thing. Here, let's put shadows. Version 0.1, no. We're gonna just put shadows, we're gonna put it in my personal project. I already have shadows new. Connect to Unity Cloud. We're gonna connect it ourselves, the project, to the versioning. So it's gonna open up. I know that I could have done that before the stream, but I wanted, for people that don't know how to program and for people that may come back to the stream, to see everything in the project. Even what I just did, I installed a new version of Unity, a newer version of Unity. I'm opening the project like this. So yeah, that way we can have everything. Today, I think I wanted to do mainly the input system and maybe use the versioning, which I'm gonna explain later. But the versioning is basically, people have heard maybe of GitHub, and the idea is to put the project in GitHub. That way you can access in the internet from the internet at all times to your project. And also the main reason why versioning is there is to be able to advance in your project, save what works, and if you ever need, there's something that you broke, you can go back to a younger version of the project where that feature worked. And the other main thing is also that you can do branches. So if your project is stable here and there's a new feature that you want to do, you can do a branch where it separates the main project from that branch, and you can develop in that branch. You can break things, you can do whatever you want, you can take all the code and erase it if you want, but it's not gonna affect the main part of the game, like the main branch. It's gonna be like a copy of the project where you can do whatever you want. And if you do a feature, you see it stable, you see it works correctly with the rest of the system, you can put it in the main branch again. It's what we forgot to do in the group project. Yeah, exactly. Well, we didn't know. That's the thing. We were younger and we were less experimented. That's why I did the pre-production. This part is because when we first started our projects, when I first started Shadows, I didn't have that much in mind. I was young as a developer. We were young and naive, exactly. and and we didn't see all the importance, for example, in versioning. We didn't see the importance in a lot of things. Now that we have tested it and experienced the problems ourselves and spending hours and hours trying to solve a problem that could have been solved if we did a better pre-production or if we had a better versioning, those are the kind of lessons that stick. And now what I wanted to do in the pre-production was that to be able to kind of anticipate those things that in other projects we had difficulties. That's how we learn. So that's why this is here. Today we're gonna do the input system, the versioning, and whatever else is gonna we have time. The debug and test system, I wanted to do a simple unit testing thing for the project. I think that could be interesting to have from the start, as well as an analytic system. There are a few things that I think it's gonna be better if we do it from the start. Welcome to Unity. This is Unity's Unity base system. The organization, I think it's mine because other people have it differently. But this is the organization that I've had. For people that don't know, I'm gonna have a little explanation of each window in Unity. Maybe for a prototype, avoiding stuff that doesn't serve the gameplay could be a good idea. Yeah, I agree, but I think I think I want to try to do it like this for starters, and even if it's a prototype, then the next time that I'm gonna have a team and that we're gonna work on the project, I'm gonna learn lessons from this structure by trying to do the game like that, because I know that this is a big game that I'm gonna release. So I don't know, for example, if I started making Stardew Valley, I know that theoretically, if I'm the developer of a Stardew Valley and I start to making Stardew Valley, I think I wanted to even for the prototype, I want it to be complex. That way I know that I want to release that game. So if I have to start over from zero, I'm gonna have the lessons that from what I tried to do in this version, you know. Then look how I have to make packages. I help you separate your base game and the game itself. Yeah, that's also the idea. I would love to make, for example, the input system. Everything here should be a package itself, so I can export it to other different games. Even here, the camera system, the analytics, the world state, the physics collider, the audio manager, the transitions, everything here should be able to be exported to another game. Maybe some UI system, maybe some player systems. There are others that are gonna be particular for the game, but as Tom said, that's one of the important things of developing, is to decouple things and make systems that not everything depends on each other, because that means that if one thing breaks, more things are gonna break. But if you make systems that work alone and other systems that just read what the first system has, that way if something breaks, the other systems are not going to be that affected. So for people that don't know Unity, let's start with every little window. So we have the hierarchy window. The hierarchy window is your main project. Everything here is inside the scene that you're developing. So when we start the scene, we have a camera. For example, if I move the camera here, you can see moving. You know, I'm moving the rotation, so you can see the the movement of the camera. Well, since I'm here, I think I'm going to explain the game window, just show you what the camera shows. That's it. In the hierarchy, you have everything that's inside the game. We have a camera, we have directional light, which we can turn off and on, and global volume. That's a little bit more complicated to explain, but those are effects and visuals and how it's gonna be perceived visually. Second important thing of Unity is the project window. Here you're gonna have all your assets. It's the folders where you have the images, where you have the scripts, where you have everything, and not everything is in the scene. We have multiple scenes in video games that we can change, but here we have everything that's inside the project, everything that the project needs and it's gonna use. A lot of the times we also have things that we don't use anymore in the project and we just forgot to to take it away. The scene window, and the inspector window is the window that when we choose something, it's gonna show us what it can show us about that object. For example, the camera, we see the position, we see the rotation again, and we see the component camera, which we can look what it is, like the field of view. We can affect the field of view, we can affect the clipping planes, we can affect a lot of things. And most cameras come with an every camera comes with an audio listener, so the listener is gonna be listening to every sound that comes in from the world. If you don't have this, you're not gonna have sound. And in general, it's in the camera because normally the player is gonna be watching the gameplay through the camera, so it's the point of audio listening would be the camera. We have a few things more that we're gonna see little by little: the animator, the animation window, the audio mixer, but that's gonna come in its own time. For now, just focus on game, scene, hierarchy, inspector, project, and we also have the console. The console is a useful tool that's gonna give us messages that we can do in the script. And if we arrive at this part of the code, I want you to give me this message. So we're gonna see in the console what message is gonna appear, and that way we can debug a little bit. So I have multiple tutorials, for the input system, which is gonna be the first thing that we're gonna do. But I wanted to see if there was an input tutorial for Unity 6, which I haven't used it yet that much, but it's this I don't think there's gonna be a big difference, and we're gonna learn together. That's the idea also. Input scripting, and yeah, the one that I had was this one, Brachis. One of the best. It helped so many people, including me, to learn things about game development, specifically in Unity, and specifically now he is making Godot as well. Yes, Brachis is the best. I think everyone started or has passed with Brachis at some point. So we're gonna follow his tutorial in the Unity system. It's a 6 years old tutorial, so he's not gonna use Unity 6. I don't know if it's gonna be different than Unity 6, we'll see. But the other tutorials that I saw in Unity, there's CodeMonkey, they're longer. There's CodeMonkey here, so for now I want to show you how the base system works, and we'll follow through that, and we'll learn through that.
Christmas was 3 days ago. It looks silly.
Hello everyone and happy holidays.
Christmas was 3 days ago. It looks silly.
Now I use Unity pretty much every day, and for the most part I really enjoy it. But there's one big exception to that rule, and that is the input system. The input system has always been fine when it comes to just quickly slapping something together. But as soon as you want to start using multiple controllers, do customizable input, or just use more than a few buttons, things start to get really cumbersome. So today we'll take a look at a very early version of the new input system that Unity is working on. But first, this video is sponsored by ExpressVPN. ExpressVPN has server location. Using a VPN even perks has ExpressVPN for allowing me to experience Dwight in HD. A membership is less than $7 a month, and they even offer a 30-day money-back guarantee. So take back your internet privacy today and find out how you can get 3 months free by clicking the link in the description. Also, special thanks to Andrew Kilnenko, Rudy Indravanto, Art Armin, John Shannon, Alex Jarotsky, Alexander Blair, and Infinity PPR for their support on Patreon. Before we get started, I just want to say that the new system is still very much a work in progress, and so you'll probably notice some weird behavior here and there. That being said, I think it looks like a very promising upgrade to the old system, especially when it comes to interface. It's currently available on GitHub and has been quite a while actually. So let's jump right into it. So first we of course want to install the new input system. Currently this is done via GitHub, but I imagine that we'll see some kind of beta release through the package manager at the start of 2019. I'll of course have
Scriptable object architecture video, the user input reader as an example. Could you send me a link to see?
a link to this in the description. You can either clone it or simply hit clone or download and download.
So we're gonna go here. We have the, normally in the Windows we should have the package management, which is gonna handle every package that we have inside the game, you know. So here we have this. You have in project, updates, and my assets, which are gonna be every asset that I have in the asset store, and I have a few. But what I wanted was the input system, which should be around here. So let's gonna look for it. Maybe it already comes. Yeah, it already comes inside the game, inside the Unity 6. That's why he was saying that it was an early version, because this is not gonna be the same version of Unity that we're using, and Unity 6 already has this integrated, so we're good.
Zip file. I've just gone ahead and opened up the project here and created a very simple scene with just a main camera, a light, and this player object, which is just a cube. And on this cube I have a player script, which is currently just completely empty. So to start adding input to our game, we first need to create an input asset. So if we right click in the project here and go create, we can go to the bottom where it says input actions. If we click this, we can give it a name. I'm just going to call it something like input master. This will take care of all the input in this example.
Okay, so let's go back here. And I think, I'm not sure if this is already the input actions. I think it is what he's telling us about. And yeah, it is. Now that I opened it, that's too big for what I want. Now that I opened it, I think it's gonna open the same thing. Once again, we didn't have to do it manually, because in Unity 6 it already has the input action already done. So normally we should have done here create input actions, but since we're on already latest version of Unity, we already have it here.
We can then double click this asset and it's going to open up in a separate window. I'm just going to dog this by the game view, and as we can see, this window is made up of 3 parts: action maps, actions, and then properties.
Let's see if it's the same thing as action maps, action, and action properties. We already have this one, with input reader as scriptable object. Let's see about that. And so we're gonna go here. We're gonna open another YouTube page. And Unity scriptable objects. Made by Unity, you say. Game architecture with this one. By Unity. Demo assets. The one with the pig, yeah. And which one do you think it's better?
We're going to share how we use scriptable objects to design the game architecture of the first Unity open project. Open projects are small, open-source games where the creator community is free to collaborate and contribute actively to the entire game development journey. You can make a contribution to them according to your expertise or learn something new. For this first project, titled Chop Chop, we went with a classic game genre, the action-adventure. You can find the link to the GitHub project and all the other relevant links to learn more and get involved in the
is a better
below.
way to make singletons.
We are making the game using Unity 2019.4 LTS, which will guarantee us the best stability during development. But since we wanted to make the contents of this devlog series available to you in the latest Unity version, we upgraded the project to work on Unity 2020.2, the latest version available when recording this devlog. You can find this 2020.2 version of the project. We conceived open projects with the goal of exposing valuable development patterns and techniques, and to share useful tools. One of our goals is to create a game architecture that is flexible, modular, and extensible. When developing a game, it's very common to have multiple game objects or scenes that need to share information or states with each other. It's handy and easy to create hard-coded connections between these entities, like referencing objects by string or running a search in the scene for a specific type of component. But as soon as the project grows, rigid connections can lead to serious scalability problems and introduce unexpected errors that can be hard to track down. A popular solution is the singleton pattern. This programming pattern uses a single, globally accessible instance of a class available at all times. This is useful to make global managers that hold variables and functions that are globally accessible, achieve a persistent state across multiple scenes, and are fast to implement. With a smaller project, this approach can be useful. The problems come with larger projects. When we're referencing the instance of a singleton class from another script, we're creating a
So, for people that don't know, a singleton, because now it had a lot of programming language. So, in general, when you program a script, you have the variables and you have everything that you need in the script. And if not, you like fetch or you reference another script that has a value that you're interested in. But a lot of the times that can make a weird connection that if this object disappears, well, this one doesn't have where to read, and it can create a lot of problems. The singleton, which is what he's talking about, it's a programming pattern, it's called like that, where there are multiple programming patterns that are just simply good programmers that solve the problem, and that problem had so many use applications that they say, okay, this is a programming pattern since it's gonna solve a lot of problems if we use this structure. And the singleton structure is basically a script that can be accessed at all times and has its own information, and it's the one that kind of manages that information, and anyone everywhere can just say, hey, the singleton of audio manager, I need the volume of how much volume the game is at right now, and the singleton always has that information accessible.
Dependency between these two classes. Let's assume we want to test the functionality provided by a certain prefab, and we drag and drop it into an empty scene. If the prefab contains code that calls and runs something inside a singleton class, we also need the singleton game object in the new scene. And if the singleton class
Okay.
has other dependencies, we're basically recreating the full game
Very
logic
good.
to test an isolated function. One system can't exist without the other.
Exactly.
There are other issues with singletons that we won't go into right now.
Mm.
We encourage you to independently look into the singleton pattern to understand the pros and cons of it. For our case, we went with quite a different approach, which relies on scriptable objects used in a specific way. Before we dive into the specifics, let's see what scriptable objects are and how they differ from classic monobehaviors. Monobehaviors, commonly referred to as just scripts, are components that attach to game objects. Changes made to their values are reset when you exit play mode. Scriptable objects, on the other hand, are assets just like a material or a 3D model and are not components. They don't follow the monobehavior lifecycle and don't depend on the application's playstate. Therefore, we can say that scriptable objects are data containers that can hold values that also exist outside of play mode. Plus, since they are assets, the data we store inside them is globally accessible and scene independent. If you want to dive more into the basics for scriptable objects, you can find links to other dedicated videos in the description
We're gonna
below.
use a lot of scriptable objects.
Our project indeed uses them as data containers for many features, like to store dialogue lines, sound presets, and inventory items. You can find them in the Assets folder under Scriptable Objects. If you select a dialogue line scriptable object, you can see how it represents a fragment of a conversation between characters, easy to be modified by a designer thanks to all the inspector exposed fields, like a databank ready to be accessed and available to all scripts. Data storage is not the only use case for scriptable objects though. For instance, they can be a powerful tool to create layers on top of existing Unity features to expose and reuse common functionality and bridge systems. An example of this is our input reader. This scriptable object is not a simple data container, but an object capable of listening to the inputs received from the player, invoking the relevant Unity actions. You could say it's a centralized event relayer. For example, it implements a function called onMove, which listens to the move input provided by Unity's input system. We support both keyboard and gamepad in ChopChop, and each time Unity reads the value of any of these physical devices, the onMove function of the scriptable object is executed. Then, this function invokes a Unity action so that all the objects subscribed to it will, in return, execute their callbacks. Receiving input messages and propagating them from the input reader scriptable object allows us to reuse this logic across the project easily. From here, an object like the player script can reference the input reader scriptable object to tap into its Unity actions and implement a specialized response. This solution also improves modularization and project
Yeah, but that
maintainability.
means also when I finish imagining, well, first we're gonna have the player that's gonna read from the jump event, the jump cancel event, and everything that he's telling it. But we also have to unsubscribe, exactly. On disable, you have to unsubscribe the event. Okay, yeah. That way, because now, like when the object gets enabled, so when it spawns in the scene as an active object, when it's activated, it's gonna say, okay, now when the input reader uses the jump event, I want my player to jump. When the input reader cancels the jump, I want my player to cancel. But if we don't put this part, this is gonna be subscribed to that event. And if we change a scene where there's no player character, is a cinematic or something like that, and the player tries to jump, he's gonna be like, wait, I'm trying to do this on jump initiated, but there's nobody that can do that, so we can have errors. That's why we put the on disable. That way, when we take away the object, we don't cut that reference, and the jump initiated is taken away from the jump event.
Object to tap into its Unity actions and implement a specialized response. This solution also improves modularization and project maintainability. The input reader doesn't need to know in advance who uses it and accesses it, since it lives in an isolated layer and represents a single entry point. This means there's only one place to modify if we want to add or remove inputs, and the way different objects consume input is consistent and unified. Almost like a singleton, but without the cons. Let's take scriptable objects a step further and see how we use them to create a flexible event system in ChopChop. The
Okay,
idea is
but
again
he's
to
not
take
gonna
advantage of
show
the
us
independent nature of scriptable
how
objects.
to
Usually,
do
we
this,
communicate
right?
directly through events and scripts on top of existing. This scriptable object is not a
For
simple
example, here we're gonna have this, and this is did he call it?
systems. An example of this is our input reader.
The input
This-
reader. Unity. Well, just in case, we're gonna open another one. Yeah, OU. Scriptable object input reader. And is there a Unity tutorial? What are scriptable objects? Be careful of scriptable objects. Yeah, for what I have now, I think we're gonna follow this, but I'm gonna see in my own time how this can be more interesting. But for now, we're gonna stay with the simplest explanation of Brachis.
We'll go through these one by one. Let's start with action maps. So action maps are basically categories for actions. You can create an action map for your player, one for your menu, one for vehicles, and so on. Let's go ahead and create a new one for our player. Now under
So we already have some things here. So we already have the player, action type, value, vector2, and there hasn't been any interaction. So that's what we're gonna do, you know? Jump button, there's nothing that has been connected with a button yet. So that's what we're gonna do. And honestly, we're gonna do it our own way, you know? So we're gonna do create and another input actions. So shadows, input system, actions, at least actions, because it's not the input system itself, it's just the actions. Assign a wide, these actions are not assigned as a project-wide input for the input system, so assigned as, so I think that changed. Yeah, now the main is not the one that came in the project, but it's the one that we did. So here we're gonna do, just as the tutorial says, new action map, player action map. We've got a new action now.
With this action map, we can create actions, and actions are basically like events. Examples of actions could be shooting, it could be movement, it could be reloading or bringing up a menu. Let's go ahead and create a new action here. Let's call this one shoot. Now
We're gonna do the same. We'll already have a new action. Don't put inputs as a global. Don't put your inputs as global. In what? Like global as in what it said here? Project-wide input actions. That's what you're telling me. Ignore the warning. So I put the later, like this one was the base one, which it had. Ignore the warning. I'm gonna hear you. It's misleading. Okay, I'm gonna hear you, and we're gonna do this. So we're gonna dock the input system here, and there we go. So the new action is gonna, let's call it, as the tutorial is saying, shoot. We're gonna reuse it as well. So
as you can see, once I have an action selected, we can adjust properties over here in the properties window. This is pretty much like the inspector for actions. However, under each action, there's actually one more thing that we can create. These are bindings. And bindings are basically like
Isaac.
triggers for actions. So let's create a binding here for a shoot. And
So once again, come back to the project. Here, I don't know if he already has a binding. He doesn't. So I'm gonna add a binding. No binding. Perfect. So this binding is the one that we have.
With this selected, we can go to the right here, and under binding we can select a key. And here we can search for anything. I'm just going to search for the space bar. As you can see here, there's one called space, and this is under the keyboard device. Let's click that.
So we are gonna do the shooting for our left click. So it would be mouse button, middle button, primary action, right button, and left button. It would be left button mouse. So we have our first binding, and this is gonna call to the shoot action when we press the left button mouse. But that's the interesting part of using this interaction system, this input system, because before, when I started, the way to do interactions, if you didn't do you yourself manually, well, that was hard to say. If you don't do it manually, and you do the system yourself, before you had a line of code that was called something like input left button, something like that. So that meant that inside the code I had to say when the player uses the left button mouse, it's gonna shoot. And that meant that if at some point in the project I wanted to support controller, I had to go to each and every one of those sections where I put that the input of left mouse, and add another line of code to say, okay, if we're playing with a controller, then this button is what should be doing. Here in the new input system, everything is different. Now I have the action shooting, which I'm gonna call around the game, and I have the left button mouse that is gonna activate that action. But if after many months I decide to put the controller to support controller, I can just come here, add binding, and just put something like left trigger in the gamepad. Yeah. And that way the left button and the left trigger, both of them will call for the shoot action. So in my script I don't have to change anything. Everything calls the shoot action. But now I can add more interactions that are gonna call that shoot action. And yeah, also a major benefit of this input system is that it's event based. So the event system is something that we're gonna talk at some point in Unity. But yeah, the event system is pretty useful. And another great advantage is also that it can be recalibrated. It can be it's easier with this to give the player the ability of changing the input, changing the buttons. With this, it's way easier. So now, for example, we have our shoot action that is it's called when the left button is triggered, or used, or when the left trigger is used. So the shoot now has support for mouse and keyboard, and also a gamepad and controller.
And now we've bound the space key to this shoot action. So every time we press space, the shoot action is going to be called. However, you often want multiple keys to do the same thing, and we can actually really easily do that here. If we want another button to do shooting as well, we can simply add another binding. And we could, for example, bind this to mouse click. So we'll search for mouse, and now we get all the mouse input options. We could input stuff like position or scroll here, or simply use the left button. So now we can either shoot using space on the keyboard or left button on the mouse. Let's go ahead and add another action. So we'll hit the plus sign on the actions, and let's call this one movement. And depending on your game, you might want to move in multiple directions. And the nice thing about the old system was that we could use this input.get axis to simply get a value for each axis that specified in what direction we were traveling and how quickly. And we can actually set up the same behavior here really easily using multiple bindings. However, instead of having to go in and create a bunch of bindings, we can actually create these automatically using either a composite axis or a composite d-pad. The composite axis is going to use one axis, so it's going to go between negative and positive on this axis, just like you would get axis horizontal or vertical, or we could use create composite d-pad to move in 4 directions. But before we start binding these keys, we need to think about what would get axis. So
because that means that
bindings, we can
in
actually
the composite
create these automatically using either a composite axis or a composite d-pad. The composite axis is going to use one axis, so it's going to go between negative and positive on this axis, just like you would get axis horizontal or vertical, or we could use create composite d-pad to move in 4 directions. But before we start binding these keys, we need to think about what control scheme we are using. So currently everything that we're setting up here is for keyboard and mouse. However, a lot of the time you want to be able to support both keyboard and mouse, gamepads of different sorts, maybe you want to do touch controls, and we of course need a way to configure this in our input system. We can do that really easily using control schemes. In the left top hand corner here you can see it currently says no control scheme. Let's go ahead and add a new control scheme instead, and it's going to open up this window. And this might be one of those weird behavior things I was talking about, because it really shouldn't appear over here, I don't think. But nonetheless, we can go ahead and create a scheme name, and this could be keyboard and mouse. We can then add a device that we want to use with this control scheme, and for some reason the list of devices is only shown on my secondary monitor and I'm unable to move it, but I promise you it shows a list of devices and we can search for the one we want. I'm just going to search for keyboard and add it, and we can now see it on the list, and we also want to add a mouse here.
So, come back to the project. No control scheme. We're gonna add a new control scheme. As he said, is gonna be keyboard and mouse. And here, we're gonna put keyboard. Wait. So, this one. And mouse. And is there something else that we need?
And we can now see that we've added both a keyboard and a mouse device, and let's now hit add to create this control scheme.
And I saw something. Okay, well, we're gonna save it. And where is it now?
If we
Keyboard and mouse. Yeah, sure. Okay, is he gonna
then go
create
to the top, we can add another control scheme.
exactly
This
the
one is going to
control?
be gamepad, and let's then add the gamepad device. Let's hit add.
Okay, so once again, add control scheme. This one is gonna be gamepad. Gamepad, yeah, I'm gonna use the same. And gamepad, this one here. We're gonna save, and let's see.
And we've now created 2 control schemes, keyboard and mouse, and the gamepad. If we select no control scheme, it's just going to show all of them. So for our first 2 actions here, we want to make sure to select these as keyboard and mouse. And let's also do that for the 4 movement ones we just created. And now we should see that when we switch to the keyboard and mouse scheme, all of our bindings for the actions show. Let's also add some keys to these bindings. So for up here, we'll choose up arrow. For down, we'll select down arrow. Same for left and right. And let's rename this binding here to arrow keys. In fact, let's create another set of bindings
Yeah, but the idea for that,
here. So let's create another
yeah,
composite
exactly. Okay, that's what I was thinking. So now we come back and we see all control schemes. So left button mouse, it's just keyboard and mouse, and left trigger is gonna be the gamepad. Now, once again, we're gonna create a new action of movement, and here we're gonna bind it. So this binding is, yeah, wait, because we're gonna positive binding with one modifier or two modifiers? What the hell is that? So one modifier. I'm not really sure what one modifier is. So we're gonna look that into the internet. Binding with one modifier versus, let's see what it is, because this is programming. Programming is just googling things until you understand what you're doing. So we said it's binding one modifier versus two modifiers unity. Let's see if that helps us. Modifier creating. What is that modifier, you know? That's the thing that I want to know. Binding with one modifier. The hell is this? Input system modifier explains. And another tutorial that is just developing, is just
Today I'm going to go over modifiers within the new input system. So make sure you have the input system installed in
follow-up of a lot of tutorials.
Just create an input system. So let's make an input action asset. Right click, create, input actions. I'm going to call it modifiers. Let's just make a map here. And now let's add a modifier. So what exactly is a modifier? Well, it's a type of composite. So if you click add binding here, you'll see that we get these options. So we can add a normal binding, but we can also add composite bindings. A composite binding is basically a binding made up of multiple bindings. So for example, you might be familiar with the vector 2 composite binding, 2D vector composite. And this is great for the WASD keys or arrow keys where you need the player to move, and it should return a vector 2. But instead of making a new action per binding as so, W and then S, we can make this composite one and assign the separate bindings to up, down, left, and right. And for modifiers, you can only do this on buttons. So you can either do button here, or you can do value and then something that returns a float, so axis for example. And then we can add here button with one modifier composite or button with two modifiers composite. So let's add the one with one modifier. So a modifier modifies a value. So we have a normal button and then we have a modifier. So this button will only trigger when the modifier is pressed. So for example, if we have a button with the path of W, so let's say that's the walking for the player, then the modifier we can have a path of shift, and so this will only be performed or triggered when both of these are pressed at the same time. So
Okay, I understand.
kind of like a combo of two bindings. And the value that it will return in this case will be the value of the button. It won't return the value of the modifier. This is just here to modify when this button is.
But that means imagining that, for example, I have the walking, and I really like the running in Silksong, having the dash, and if you if you press the dash, you're gonna keep running. That means that I have to do one modifier for walking that is just takes the arrow keys, and another one for the running, or I don't, like, I just do the walking like normally and then add the one with modifier later for the running. That's what's not that clear to me. If I have to tell the component or the game, like, yeah, walking is pressing Z, but if shift is not pressing, you know. Yeah. It should. I think it has a robust system, but that doesn't mean that we can't do it with this, you know.
Is getting performed, and so the modifier works with a button or a trigger of some sort, anything that returns.
Yeah, I see what you mean. So instead of putting it here, it's gonna be just like jumping. Movement. And another action of pressing the key of dashing, and inside the game they say, like, if it's only walking, you only walk. If it's both actions at the same time, you run. Okay.
For example, if we have an action of value and integer, you can see that we don't have this option available. And so the source code for the input system is available on their GitHub, and here you see that we have this button with one modifier. So this is what we're using right now. And you'll see that it only accepts a type of float. And you'll see that when we read.
Okay, I understand. And for now, I don't think we need a modifier for what we need. So we're gonna keep thank you. I'm gonna put this for you. Thank you for making me learn a little bit. But for now, it's gonna be this.
Device. Let's hit add. And we've now created two control schemes, keyboard and mouse, and the gamepad. If we select no control scheme, it's just going to show all of them. So for our first two actions here, we want to make sure to select these as keyboard and mouse. And let's also do that for the 4 movement ones we just created. And now we should see that when we switch to the keyboard and mouse scheme, all of our bindings for the actions show. Let's also add some keys to these bindings. So for up here, we'll choose up arrow. For down, we'll select down arrow.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking about. Modifier stuff like button combinations, which for games doesn't that much. Yeah, I think that's better to be handled in the, as we said, in the movement or in the other script. To okay, if these two buttons are active, then that way that it does this and not do it here inside the input system. The input system is gonna be a simple reader of.
Same for left and right.
So here we're gonna put, so it's gonna be yeah, there's no need for, there's no binding without modifier. I don't know, because
Up.
when he started, when we
See
made
that
the
we've
D-pad,
and you can like you would on axis, so it's going
Yeah,
to go
exactly.
between negative
That's
and
the
positive
axis.
on this axis, just like you would get axis horizontal or vertical, or we could use create composite
yeah, the composite, so
D-pad
that's
to move
not
in 4
here anymore.
directions.
That's not here anymore, it would seem. And only have the button with one modifier. So yeah, it's not here. So I think we're gonna have to do it manually, like up, down, left, right. And it's okay. So for example, left arrow key. But wait, how do we put the axis on that? Because now it's not bind to an axis. That's something that I don't. And is it here? No. It's because it's a value. Control type, it's gonna be a vector 2. That's why I couldn't do it. So movement vector 2. And now, yeah, up, down, left, right, composite. Exactly. So up is gonna be the up arrow key, and keyboard and mouse only. Here we're gonna have the down key, arrow key. Here we're gonna have the left arrow key, and lastly the right arrow key. So this is gonna be, and wait, I have to put this mouse and keyboard, this mouse and keyboard, and this mouse and keyboard. A lot of people play not only with the arrow keys, but the WASD keyboard. So we're gonna add that as well. So we have the arrows, and also here up we're gonna have the Z. Well, I have a French keyboard, so I think it would be better. Well, for now I know that I will have to change the bindings. Well, not change the bindings, but make a system for the player to rebind its controls. So for now I'm gonna do it in the French system. So Z is up, down is gonna be S keyboard, left is gonna be Q, and right is gonna be D. So we have this, we're gonna put it in keyboard and mouse, keyboard and mouse, keyboard and mouse, and keyboard and mouse. So we have these two movements for the keyboard, for the movement, for the axis. So we're gonna add a last one that we're gonna put it for the gamepad, which is gonna be the left joystick, left joystick. Wait, in the gamepad, let's see something I wanted to see. Left gamepad, left stick left, stick left. Well, it's gonna be up. Left stick up in the gamepad. Left stick down in the gamepad. This I put it, yeah, left stick left in the gamepad. Wait, what? Left stick left, brother. There we go. And this one, left stick right in the gamepad. Everything here is gonna be gamepad, gamepad, and gamepad. So normally we should be able to have these three, so the arrow keys, ZSQD, and the left stick of a controller, and all of these are gonna action the movement. Well, it's gonna say to the movement action, hey, I'm calling you, and that later we're gonna transform it into physical movement. So let's continue with this.
But before we start binding these keys, we need to think about what control scheme we are using. So currently everything that we are setting up here is
we already did this.
Show. Let's also add some keys to these bindings. So for up here, we'll choose up arrow. For down, we'll select down arrow. Same for left and right. And let's rename this binding here to arrow keys. In fact, let's create...
That's an important part in order to have structure and logic. So this one is arrow keys. This one is gonna be ZSQD keys. And this one is gonna be left joystick. Perfect.
Create another set of bindings here, so let's create another composite D-pad, and let's call this one vast keys. Under up, let's go ahead and bind W. Down, let's bind S, A for left, and D for right.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna do WASD. W A no, it was it like that. Yeah, W is up, S is down. So W is up, the W keyboard. Down S, left is A keyboard, and there we go. Save and let's go.
Let's set all of these to use the keyboard and mouse control scheme.
Yeah.
And we should now see that if we change our control scheme up here to keyboard and mouse, everything still looks the same. However, if we switch to gamepad, we still see both of the actions, but all the bindings disappear because the bindings aren't set for the gamepad.
So, following that logic, if we do gamepad, it's gonna take away both of what we had, and this one, perfect.
Instead, we can go in here and create our own bindings for the gamepad. So let's go and add a binding for shoot. And this could be something like button.
Yeah, this we already did.
And it automatically goes under gamepad now. For movement, we could create a D-pad. And up here, we'll search for D-pad. So D-pad up, D-pad down, left, and
Ah,
right.
it's the
We can
D-pad.
also
Well,
see that
we're
for
not
each
gonna
one of
use
these
the D-pad,
bindings,
we're
we can
gonna
add
use the
processors. And
joystick.
these will help you configure the input. So if you want to
Hmm.
invert it, clamp it, normalize it, adjust the sensitivity, we can do stuff like that.
We
here
should
using
normalize it.
processors. Now let's switch back to keyboard and
Maybe.
mouse. And it
I'm
looks
not
like
sure.
we're now ready to integrate this with our gameplay. So let's
Normalize
save
it. Well, normalize it. It used a lot of words, but normalizing it is basically when you have a controller. For example, mine. It's a little dirty, but and with here. But when you have a controller and you do just a little bit joystick to the left, not completely, like you have this and you have just putting it just a little bit. When you're normalizing it, that means that even if you just touch it a little bit, it's gonna return either 1 or 0. And that way the game tells like, is the player moving or if it's not moving? Is it pressing one way or the other, or it's not pressing? So that's interesting to just say if the player is moving or not. There are games that move at different speed depending on how much the joystick, the space of the joystick you're using. We are not gonna have that, so I think normalizing should be what we're gonna do. But yeah, if you want to play if we want to make a game where you can put the joystick a little bit to the front and it's gonna walk slowly, and if you put it all the way it's gonna walk faster, that means that it shouldn't be normalized. Or normalizing is just for the value to return either 0 or 1, and if it's not normalized it's gonna return a value between 0 and 1, but it can be 0.5, you know. Normalizing it means only 0 and 1.
asset here. And one thing that is really nice about the new system when working with it through code is that it allows us to generate a C# class based on our input configuration. What this saves us from is using a bunch of strings to get the right actions based on their names. This is something the old system was definitely suffering from,
Yeah.
and it's nice to see that Unity is working around this. And you definitely still have the possibility to use strings if you'd rather do that. Now, to generate a C# class, we just have to toggle that here, and we don't need to fill out any of these variables. We can simply hit apply. And as you can see, Unity is now going to create an input master C# script next.
Okay, cool. So that's the input system that comes in the code. So where did he use it?
D-pad. So D-pad up, D-pad down, left, and right. We can also see that for each one of these bindings we can add processors, and these will help you configure the input like that here using processors.
Yeah, we're gonna do the normalizing
Now
things
let's switch
later, I
back to
think.
keyboard and mouse, and it looks like we're now ready to integrate this with our gameplay. So let's save the asset here. And one thing that is really nice about the new system when
So I don't think, save asset here. But what I want to do is he did that. He had a button to
working with
generate.
through code is that it allows us to
code.
generate a C# class based on our input configuration.
Mhm.
What this saves us from is using a bunch of strings to get the right actions based on their names. This is something the old system was definitely suffering from, and it's nice to see that Unity is working around this. And you definitely still have the possibility to use strings if you'd rather do that. Now, to generate a C# class, we just have to toggle that here.
Do I have that? Yeah, I do. I was just blind. Don't use the C# class anymore. It's not useful. Why is not useful? Like for me,
And
let's
we
see
don't
what
need to
he
fill
was.
out any of these
Let's
variables.
see
We
what
can
he
simply
was gonna
apply.
say.
And as you can
Uh,
see, Unity is now going to
but I
create
see it
an
as
input
useful.
master C# script next to our input master asset. We don't need to make any modifications to this. We can actually open it up and change it if we would like to. This is just generated code from Unity. Now let's open up our player
Why is
script.
not that
And
useful
as you can
anymore?
see here, it's a completely new script. Let's just get rid of the two default methods here. And at the top here, we want to be using
Use the input action reference class in your input reader to make the link. So that means, for example, well, cancel. Oh, discard. scene settings, tutorial info. So we're gonna create a new folder that's gonna be shadows. And inside, the organization of a project is extremely important, and now I'm realizing that I didn't do it that much, in the sense that we have this, where the hell is that? Yeah, here. We have this, but this is not the organization of a project. It is important, really important, to do the folders and have a good organization. So for now, I'm just gonna create a folder that's gonna be testing. And here we're gonna do what we're gonna do today. And later today or tomorrow, I'm gonna do the organization of the folders. Yeah, as an organization, I think separating folder per system instead of file type could be tighter. Yeah, I think so too. So here we're gonna create our first mono. Oh, it's not called script anymore. It's mono behavior script. Okay, makes sense. So this is gonna be our testing script. So here we're gonna just test that the input actions are being done correctly. Just give me some. I'm just gonna do something because I don't know if I'm still using like which text editor right from the create menu. Okay, cool. So I wanted to do the editor. No, it's preferences more than, yeah, it's preferences, not project settings. So preferences, we're gonna have it here. And yeah, writer is my go-to text editor. So that is good, because normally it's gonna use Visual Studio, and I don't like that much Visual Studio. I would rather have writer. So we're gonna open up the script. Yeah, it's way better. I agree 100%. And let's see. Okay, so it's already here. So the question is, are you opening or... Ah, my license has expired. That's why. I didn't think. Yeah, because I had the license of student license. And give me a second, I'm really sorry, because I thought it must have been, you can use a freelance license of writer, the one that is not commercial. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, because I was using it for a while, but apparently it's not anymore. Download and verify. You can download if it doesn't, please click the right link. Yeah, sorry, a little miss, because yeah, I used Writer maybe a week ago. I tested it and was working fine, so I guess my license just didn't, yeah, it just got cancelled in that sense. So things that happen, but shouldn't take that much time to solve. Oh, and it already gives me the option to uninstall from Writer. That's cool. It'll be installed from, you like the caches and settings. yeah, I'm gonna uninstall everything. Okay, so here. So yeah, now it's installing Writer. And I guess I'm gonna ask you for 5 minutes to, well, since it's installing, you know, I'm gonna go grab myself something to drink. So I will be right back. And we're back. Sorry, made myself some sandwiches because it's already 3 p.m. here. So we got Rider installed. Everything looks good. Let's go back to Unity. Wait. Create a shortcut dashboard. Apparently, update path, a variable restart needed. Yeah, should be good. Should be good. Yeah, this shouldn't take so long. It looks like it, but at some point it's gonna just do whoop. And I'm curious. Because we used this one. It's expensive. Like, it's really expensive. Ah, no, it's per year. Ah, it's okay. But I guess at some point we're gonna have to use this one. See, we're already there. So we're gonna continue at least with the video. That way we know a little bit of where we're going. Yeah, okay.
Using the Unity engine dot experimental, and this is of course going to go away, dot input. Now the first thing that we want is of course a reference to the input asset we just created. And because we've made it generate a C# class based on this asset, we can actually just create a variable of type input master. So let's create a public input master and let's call it controls. Now if we just quickly create a function here, let's create a void awake. And if you've never used awake before, it's just like start, except it's called even before start is called. So it's really good to use for setup. Now in here, if we write controls and then go dot, we can actually access our player action map. And if we press dot again, we can see the different actions under this map. We can see movement and shoot here. If we go shoot and then write dot
Okay. Yeah.
performed, we can choose what happens when this shoot action is triggered. So when any of the keys bound to this action is pressed, then we can choose what happens. And let's go ahead and create a function for that. So let's create some kind of void. Let's call it shoot. And let's just right now throw out a debug.log saying we shot the sheriff. So now we can simply take this method and register it to this button. To do that, we go plus equals, and the syntax here is
Yeah, I was starving.
Never work with delegates or events, but think of it like we're adding this function to a list of functions that should be called whenever this action is triggered. And because the system is so cold, it actually gives us some context as to what is happening with this button. We're not going to be using this information here, but we actually still need to write it. So let's create some kind of variable called context. And again, the syntax here is weird. We then do equals and then a greater than sign, and then we specify the function. So in our case, this is going to be shoot. Again, bear with the weird syntax here. You can call this variable anything you'd like. You can call it context, or because we're not going to be using it, we could just do an underscore here, and then it just looks like we're kind of adding the shoot method to this list.
Yeah, but we can do that without it. Or at least the last time I saw it. Almost there. Should be, well,
for now. And this should actually properly trigger our function. However, we do need to first enable our input master. So because this system is so modular and we want to be able to swap in and out different input assets, and we want to switch between control schemes and all that, we can basically enable and disable all parts of the system. In our case here, we just want to enable our controls. So let's create a void on enable. So whenever this game object is enabled, let's also enable our controls. So we can do controls.enable. And let's do the same thing for disabling. So let's create a void on disable, and let's just write controls.disable. So now the control.
Okay. And we're not gonna run it yet, because now we have to go to shadows, and here we'll go to preferences, and we're gonna use Writer and not Visual Studio. Honestly, ever since I started to use Writer as a text editor, I haven't gone back. I used Visual Code a little bit, but Visual Studio, not the best, at least for me. There we go. And now we can simply open our script. We should be simply opening up the script. I think it's gonna take a while, well, not a while, but a little bit more, since it's the first time we've done it. So let's continue.
Controls are going to turn on and off together with this object, which is fine for now. And now we can actually save this, go into Unity, let's select our player, and let's drag in the input master asset, not the generated script. And now when we hit play, we should see that if I press the mouse button here, indeed it prints "We shot the sheriff." And the same thing happens if I press space. You'll also see that it triggers twice each time, one for when I press the button and one for when I release it. To get rid of this, we can go under our input master, we can find the button, and under interactions we can choose press. And let's do the same.
That is interesting. So are you a JetBrains writer? Allow access. No, I don't want plugins, and trust and open. And start non-commercial use. So, are you gonna leave me? Yeah. Let me. Yeah. If I do this. Yeah, configuration. I'm so sorry. It's weird because I did check if my license was okay, and a week ago, and now it's not. So, just a little bit of dot tracing, jet writers. Yeah, of course, perfect. And now we have our project, but which one it is? Shadows point new. Yeah, we'll have both. There we go. So here we have our text editor, and this is the testing script that we had. So before, here our dear friend told us to go and
again
start with putting the unity.input. So that's what we're gonna do, using unity engine dot input. And I'm not sure if input. If the auto completion is there, that's gonna be a little bit problematic if it's not. Let me see if it's easy to put in. Because that's gonna be way easier for us. Way easier for us. And I would love to see if it helps. Yeah, it is here. So the auto completion means that I'm not writing each thing, and it's just gonna offer me the most logical thing after that, you know. So pretty important, at least to go faster, you know. So we've got the input. Then he said that we have to reference the controls, but Tom said to us that it's a direct reference here in Unity. Wait, yeah, we don't know if this is the one. So input system. Yeah, that's the one that we want. Input action reference. So that means that our variable is gonna be public input action reference, which is gonna be here, and we're gonna be putting the player input map. And we created our first variable. What is your problem? Yeah, because it's public, so it's better like that, the naming conventions. Then after that,
we can see the different actions under this map. We can see movement and shoot here. If we go shoot and then write dot performed, we can choose what happens when the shoot action.
So let's add it like he says it. So it's gonna be void awake. Inside here we're gonna put the player input map dot action dot shoot, for example. Which one it is? Player, of course. Player. Controls, player, shoot, perform. So what options do we have here? We have action, which I think it would be action. Doesn't work this way now. Input action asset, action maps, but they're read only. It's not the same as I thought. Actions, action map. So how would it work in that sense if it's not the case anymore? If I put input action reference dot create instance, nope. As I said, is for one action, like shoot. And you subscribe to action events. Yeah, but that's not exactly what I want. So yeah, it would be like input action shoot. I use shoot like that, and then here input action shoot dot performed. Yeah, but I don't know which one is gonna be. I think I'm gonna follow the tutorial for that, so we're gonna generate the code. Because otherwise we're not gonna be able to follow and understand what we're doing in that sense. And for that I would need a better tutorial for this, and for now I want to access these action maps, you know. So here, for example, if I put public action map, input action map, and it's gonna be player action map, it would make sense that it's something like that. And here in the player action map I can put the actions. Yeah, but it's gonna be actions, and here exactly. So it's gonna be as not as interesting as we said, because if I have to put here like 0 to talk about this action map of shooting, or this one, I don't think it's interesting because it's hard coded as well. That's not at all what I would like. So yeah, we're gonna follow the tutorial, and that's gonna be good for us. So that means coming back to Unity in the player, well, no, it's here, shadows input action system, generate a C# class and apply. So we've got this. We come back here. And we're gonna shadows input action system, player action map. That's gonna be our thing, just as in the video. So input master controls, well, yeah, we can call it controls, that way we have kind of the same nomenclature. Controls. In the awake, it's gonna be controls dot player. Yeah, now we have it. Dot shoot. Yeah, that's gonna be way better. And performed. And here I think it was, yeah, callback context
is triggered. So when any of the keys bound to this action is pressed, then we can choose what happens. And let's go ahead and create a function for that. So let's create some kind of void. Let's call it shoot. And let's just right now throw out a debug.log saying we shot.
So here, we're not gonna need this. We're gonna do a private void shoot, as he said. And here we're gonna put, as he said, a debug.log to have just a text shot. A text that's gonna appear every time we call this this part of the code. Now he does
the sheriff. So now we can simply take this method and register it to this button. To do that, we go plus equals, And the syntax here is a bit weird if you've never worked with delegates or events, but think of it like we're adding this function to a list of functions that should be called whenever this action is triggered. And because the system is so cool, it actually gives us some context as to what is happening with this button. We're not going to be using this information here, but we actually still need to write it. So let's create some kind of variable called context. And again, the syntax here is weird. We then do equals and then a group.
I don't know why he does. Like, is that necessary to do? Because for me, it was something like this. Like, yeah, kind of like, carajo. Yeah, shoot. Yeah, it's not necessary, right? No, more like this and this, but it's not gonna help, and that's where it's useful. Yeah, it is quite updated. Yeah, convert to no. This should be something like this. How did I add it? Well, let's say this. And he said to do something like this. It works. For now, we don't need to complicate ourselves too much because it's just for testing.
Greater than sign, and then we specify the function. So in our case, this is going to be shoot. Again, bear with the weird syntax here. You can call this variable anything you'd like. You can call it context, or because we're not going to be using it, we could just do an underscore here, and then it just looks like we're kind of adding this shoot method to this list. Think of it like that for now. And this should actually probably trigger our function. However, we do need to first enable our input master. So because this system is so modular and we want to be able to swap in and out different input assets, and we want to switch between control schemes and all that, we can basically enable and disable all parts of the system. In our case here, we just want to enable our controls. So let's create a void on enable. So whenever this game object is enabled, let's also enable our controls. So we can do controls.enable.
Okay. So come back here. Cálmate. What the hell did I do? I don't. Okay, I just opened another script. Sure. This should be like this. And here we have. It was public, no, it was private. Done void on enable. On enable, and here we're gonna do controls dot enable, right, and afterwards the private disable on disable and controls dot disable.
And let's do the same thing for disabling. So let's create a void on disable, and let's just write controls.disable. So now the controls are going to turn on and off together with this object, which is fine for now. And now we can actually save this, go into Unity, let's select our player, and let's drag in the input master asset, not the generated script. And now when we hit play, we should see that if I press the mouse button here.
So yeah, we're gonna take again to the project. Here we don't need that much. We're just gonna go see the game, play focused, and I'm gonna add an empty object. It's gonna be testing object, and here we're gonna put our test script that we just made right here inside the testing object. So now this object that's in the scene is gonna have the component of testing script. But But
In
there's something that
on and off
I
to
would
get
like to
this
see.
on, which is fine for now. And now we can actually save this, go into Unity, let's select our player, and let's drag in the input master asset, not the generator.
Yeah, because he can drag it. Maybe I need to put this, save. Yeah, is it okay? Because I don't have the reference that I need there. And it is there. Shadowing input system actions. But is that a script? No, it's not the script. The script is here. It's gonna be, yeah, it is this one and this one are the ones that I want. So I'm not sure if it's gonna take it directly or if it's gonna
Generate the script. And now when we hit play, we should see that if I press the mouse button here, indeed it prints we shut.
Yeah, so I don't think we're gonna see that because it doesn't have the reference unless it takes the reference directly of the input system, but I don't think we're gonna see. So if we put this null reference exception, of course that's because he's trying to initialize this control, but he doesn't know what this control is, and I'm not really sure why he doesn't want us to use this, you know? Like, why doesn't he? And this is not even used, so another problem there. Outdated tutorial. Yeah, but
The sheriff. And the same thing happens if I press space. You'll also see that it triggers twice each time. One for when I pressed.
that case. Let's see, input system Unity 6 should be. Yeah, I saw this one, but was way more difficult way more long than I thought, but honestly good things take time, so we're gonna do it here. This.
When creating games for multiple platforms, each platform has unique input devices, keyboards, controllers, touchscreens, etc. Unity's input system provides a powerful solution to address this complexity, enabling seamless handling of diverse input types with a single unified workflow. This is the first in a series of videos that will look in detail at Unity's input system. Over the course of the video series, we will cover setting up input actions, input system scripting for character control, adding input system mobile controls, using the UI toolkit alongside the input system for menus and inventories, in-game input rebinding so players can choose their own input controls, and finally local multiplayer games using the player input and player input manager components. If you want to understand the difference between the input system and the older input manager, check out the following video. The link can be found in the video description below. This video will cover working with the input actions editor and different ways to add input actions. I have created a new blank project in Unity 6. Go to Window and open the package manager. Ensure that input system is installed from the Unity registry and using at least version 1.9 or above. In this series I am using version 1.11. If you do not see the input system actions asset or you accidentally delete it, go to edit and project settings in the input system package section.
Okay, I'm gonna see it.
Package version 1.8.2 and above allows you to create and assign a default project wide action asset with predefined input actions. Double click to open the input action editor. This features a set of common input controls that you can use in any
that's
game.
what
You
we've
can also continue to add your own
done
ones. On the
until
left,
now.
the action maps. These are categories of input controls designed for different uses within the game. Player for controlling the player, and UI for interacting and moving around the user interface, such as a menu or inventory. You can create as many action maps as you like and switch between them, enabling
Yeah.
or disabling.
Let's see what Jurgen has sent us. Input action reference, should action, action performed, should. Okay, I see. Yeah, so it was outdated, but not that much, just change a few things. So we're gonna leave it at public for now. It's just a testing script. Input action reference and control. So here is gonna be action performed there. Controls dot action and controls dot action. So this is the fix that Jurgen helped us with, and we're gonna go here, reloading, and if it's correctly, we should have this here reference to the script that we needed. Exactly. That way we can come here, we can take input action ref system. I would guess it's this one. Yeah, shoot. That's still okay. That's still not not what I thought it was gonna be for the best, you know. So here we should have everything, and if I press the left click, does absolutely nothing. Perfect. That's what we love. Shot. Yeah. Wait. Yeah. So it would be shot, and here we have input action, callback context, object. It's still But how do I call that callback context, you know, or is it just? Well, let's see. But if it's like that, I think I'm gonna do a better, like a something that's more modular, you know, because if I have to, I don't know, to put every control action here, I would love to just call it, call the shoot action inside the code. It would be way more easy. The player input component. And here it's less modular. Here I'm not sure if it's not working, because that's kind of what I wanted. Like, I'm thinking with the script that you sent me, how do I say that the shoot, no, it's already okay, yeah, but that means that here player shoot button left mouse, and I'm not getting that, you know. Left trigger, left mouse, and I think I'm pressing correctly the left mouse. So you know what, that is weird. Maybe remove the generated script. Let's see. Delete. Yup. So that's out. And nothing broke, nothing broke. Uncheck generate before, yeah. So uncheck this, apply, before. Well, did it before removing it. And here Yeah, there's something that doesn't make sense to me, you know, but... Ah! We do have the freaking... It was just closed. So, we got the shot action. We don't have it in double, as he said, but he is right. We're gonna take the input action system. Thank you for the help. And we're gonna use it only when it's pressed, as well as the left trigger. So here as well, only when it's pressed. Press only. Press point. Okay. And this should be good. Save asset. Good. So now we should have that part correctly. Once again, little testing. Yeah, we got our debug.log. Everything is good. Is there something else that you wanted to show us, Brackies?
The button and one for when I release it. To get rid of this, we can go under our input master, we can find the button, and under into actions we can choose press. And let's do the same thing for our left button here. So now it's only going to trigger on press and not on release. Let's save that and try replaying. And indeed, I now have to press each time we want it to display, and nothing is going to happen on release. Awesome! But how do we handle the more complicated case with movement, where we are able to travel in all kind of directions for one particular action? Well, this is where the context is extremely cool. So let's go ahead and create a function here for what we want to happen with movements. So
Yeah, the default behavior.
Let's
Yeah,
call it move.
I guess.
And in here, let's
But I'd
throw
rather
another debug.log saying
specify
something like
it.
player wants to move. Well, we can of course register this in the exact same way as with the shoot function. So let's do controls.player.movement.perform.
Yeah, but you
plus
should
equals.
read the
Let's write
axis.
context this time, CTX. The weird syntax here, and then move. And now if we save that and go into Unity and play, and I'm just going to use the arrow keys here, we can see that the player wants to move each time I press one of the arrow keys, and the same thing for the vast keys. However, this has no indication of which one of the arrow keys we're pressing,
Exactly.
and so we don't know what direction. To specify this, we can go in, and let's first of all add this as an argument to our move function. So let's create some kind of vector2, and let's call this direction. And then when we're debug.logging here, we can maybe create a bit of space and add on the direction to this message. So now we should be printing the direction that we want to move in. And the only thing that we need to change up here is that we now need to use our context to specify what direction we want to move in. And luckily, we can do that really easily if we do context dot.
So that means I call it context, but there I need it to be fast. So let's go back to our script. And here we're gonna do controls, action. Yeah, but it's gonna be a different one. That's the thing. That's the thing that I'm not liking so much for now, that I have to put an input action reference in each one of them, you know? So I have to do this. I'm gonna rename it to shoot. Don't add. Yeah, this time just. Yeah, the input reader. That's the idea, but for me the generated code would be the input reader. And move. Yeah. So here, if I say move is action is performed, and we're gonna put move. Here we're gonna do private void move, and inside would be input actions, callback context, object. Okay, yeah, but now we need the input reader to
we can get
do
all
the
kinds of
direction.
information about what's happening with this event. So
That's the thing. So, for example, if I do this, yeah, and I want to do moving, you can create a list of input action reference and make a generic input reader. Okay, yeah, I see. And here the object, can I do value type? Start time, value, size in bit, value type. It's gonna be a vector 2. So I guess it should be like action point. Wait, it's gonna be, it's read value vector 2. Okay. Read value vector 2 point to string. Should be something like that. I think we have to put, that's the thing, look, I have to enable each time, and yeah, we're gonna have to make the move one action point disable. I'm coding for 2 right now. Yeah, we're gonna have to do that input manager, that's for sure.
we can see the action that got triggered. We can see the control that triggered the action, the duration, stuff about interaction, the phase, and we can also read a value. So if we do dot read value here, and we specify that we want to
that's
read
what we
a
do.
vector 2 value, and open and close some parentheses, well, now we're basically feeding the value of our input into the move function. And so we can simply access it down here as direction. And if we save that and go into Unity and play, we can see that if I move to the right here, it goes 1, 0.
Yeah, that's kind of what we wanted. Once again, I think it's gonna be important to make a full script to read every input action and understand and do that part before. Of course, null reference exception, because null reference exception, for those who don't know, it's when you're in Unity, you make a reference to something, but you don't actually reference it. And that's why I'm not a fan of this system, the way we're doing it right now, because that means that every time that I do something, and I have to go put this here, put this here, and if I don't do that, the game could break, or if the game loses references because of something, it's gonna break. So I'm not happy with that. That's why we do the scriptable object accessed from anywhere. Okay, yeah, I understand. So now I shoot, it's okay. And if I go to the left, to the right, up, and down. Okay, perfect. And as well, if I go W, A, S, no, that's right, I put it in French, so Z, Q, S, D. Everything works correctly for the input part. Also, if you want to reset the move, you need to sub to cancel, to the cancelled event. Yeah. Okay, in the tutorial part, I think we're pretty good.
It goes -1, 0. If I go up, it goes 0, 1. And if I go down, it goes 0, -1. And I can combine these to create kind of smooth input in different directions. And this works with both the arrow keys and the vast input. If I connected a gamepad and tried this out, it would work in just the same way. Awesome!
Then let's try. That's something that I wanted to try. Let's connect our controller here. Wait for it to go, to connect. And if everything works correctly, I just have to put play. And if I use the left trigger, shoots. I go up, down. But it took 2 times. It's considering 2 times, because if I... Yeah, exactly. This is where we had that problem that he was telling us about. So it's registering it 2 times, so we're gonna go here. We're gonna go into movement, left joystick. And these ones are gonna be composite, processor. Wait. Why isn't it? Show the windings. Yeah, it's okay. And processor. It's gonna be a normalized vector 2, right? Directly to input. Yeah, but the idea is for me not to have to make a different code for joystick and a different code for movement, you know. That's the main idea, that I just call the movement action. So if I have to do more code to specify if I'm using the arrow keys, the WASD keys, or the left joystick, it won't be different code. And like here I should be able to do the same thing as I did with this, for example, and put the interaction press only. Left joystick, that's the thing that I wanted. So only when I press it, not when it's, yeah, perfect. So in that sense, I should be able to go here again, and now it's not gonna recognize twice normally. So here, for example, I shoot with this, I shoot with this, and I go to the left, and I keep going to the left and nothing happens. I don't have multiple. I go to the up, down, and left, and right, sorry. So now we have the moving and it's normalized. You can see that I only get -1 or +1 and nothing else. So that part, everything is good. Still, I'm interested in the scriptable object part, because
So that's how you can create really complex
I still
input
think
scenarios fairly
it's
easily
more
using the new input system. However, a lot of the
more
time,
complex that
especially when just
not more
messing
complex,
around,
but
you don't
less
wanna go through
flexible
all
that
these
I would
steps of
like.
first doing something in the UI and then hooking it up through script. This is a really good way of doing things, but sometimes you just want to check for a button press. And to do this really easily, we can actually get rid of all this stuff. Let's just say we want to check for a press in the update method. Let's create an update method. And the easiest way to do this is using input system.getDevice. And here we could get any device. So in our case, we want to get something on the keyboard. And let's just store this in a quick variable, type keyboard, and let's just call it KB. And then we can simply check if kb.spacekey
Yeah, I would love to.
was pressed this frame.
You can share it when you'll be done.
Name.
I would love
Well,
to.
then
I'm
let's
gonna
go
do it
ahead
on
and
my
debug
side
the
as well,
Someone
and then we can learn between both of us, you know.
space, and let's save that, go into Unity and play, and now every time I press space, that message is going to appear. So you can see there's plenty.
I still think that this, for example, let's do public input. So we're gonna try to call this the input action asset, you know. So it's gonna be input action here asset, the idea would be, and let's do action asset. So what I would love is to go here and be able to put action asset dot action maps, but I don't want that. I don't want to have to put it in an index, you know. Another way is to use the built-in player input component and use it message one. I did for now in my game. You mean going through here, for example, something like, well, it should be in the update method. Void update, and here if input dot get key down or get button, you add player input on the game object, and in your script add method call on shot. No need for a reference to the player input. Yeah, but I would like to just reference the player input, or I think it's gonna be a, how do you call it, a singleton of player movement, and that's the one that's gonna get all the references of each action, and then everything else is gonna read through the player movement. That's why I want to check the scriptable object input system, because this is the way we would do it before. So get key down, and if I press something like left arrow, key code left arrow, and then I would do the debug.shoot. That's how we used to do it before, but and this. And here we did the action. The problem here was what I was saying, that if I want to change the key, or if I want to make the player to be able to use the controller, I will have to go through each code that uses input get key left arrow and change it so it can use the joystick, so it can use multiple things. And we don't want that, because that's too much complication for we need more flexibility to get that everything reads on the move action, and we can change the move action once and everything else is gonna change. So this is not what we want, you know. But at the same time, what I would love is to have the action asset and be able to reference, just going here and reference directly with a string, if it's possible, here, and reference this, the input action of shooting. And I can't make it like referenceable. Nope. Invert, normalize the scale. Yeah. Nope. So I would love to do just like point shoot, you know, like just here, coming here, and being able to put like action asset, point action maps, point shoot. That would be the best for me. And can't we do like, because what I don't want is to say, okay, take the first thing in the list and read value and do everything like that. I don't think it's the best. Actions, and once again we get this. This is not what I think it would be the best. So maybe, yeah, for now we should use a manager, a big manager, that's gonna be the player input middleman in that sense, because I'm not really liking that in each and every one of the codes I have to put this. So for me it has to be an input manager, an input. So shadows, well, that's gonna be testing, so we're gonna put in folders. This is gonna be, I think the best way is to have it to put all to a manager. Yeah, I agree. I agree. I totally agree. So that's what we're gonna do. So we're gonna have the base game systems. That's base game systems. I think it's pretty good. I'm gonna rearrange it better, but these ones I think are correctly in that side. And this manager is a scriptable object. But why does it have to be a scriptable object? Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I guess I understand what you're saying. Here we're gonna do create and a mono behavior script. So this is gonna be the player input manager. This one is the one that's gonna read everything here. So we're gonna take this again, the input action reference, and actually we're gonna take it away. That way we can know, well, this is just an organization. Oh, you can do that right now? Oh, scripting. Oh, mono behavior script, scriptable objects. That is good. Okay, I'll change it later. For now I'm gonna do it as a mono behavior. Oh yeah, I'm using Unity engine dot input system. So that's gonna do that. And we have this. I want to organize, even if it's gonna maybe go away or be modified. I want to make a header, and this is gonna be our input actions. We have no start and no. The only thing that we're gonna do is we're gonna pay void awake, and we're gonna do basically this. Basically this, but not exactly this. So we're gonna do this. Look, we're gonna come here, but we don't want to call on shoot because we want to just say that the action shoot has been made, you know. So we're gonna do another header. Here are gonna be the buttons, input values. So here we're gonna have, I'm gonna make everything public just to see it better in the inspector. So public vector to move vector. It's pretty good, the idea. And here it's gonna be public. The shoot, I don't know if I should do it as a, it's not a boolean, and since it's in the button pressed, what value should it had? Is it gonna be an integer? Because I would love to know if I quit pressing the button, if it's gonna an event. I guess, yeah. Is it 0? Unity action. Unity action. Yeah, yeah. Shoot action. There we go. Of course it does that. I hate it when it does that. And here we want to do something like public and move affect move value public, it's gonna be a void affect move value. And here actually we should even like affect the value, so move vector it's gonna be yeah, affect move value. Here we're gonna give it the, how was it, the context, no, that, no, yeah, here we want this, exactly this here, and for move I will create an event again and pass a vector to in the event. A unity action as well, or an event? Unity action, and pass the value, like return the value. Yeah, that way it's only called when, but that means that I also have to do an action, a unity action, when it stops pressing and it becomes 0. Vector 2. But that I do need to put a unity action vector 2. Okay. And in that case this should be void. And sub to I think it the auto moderator, I don't know what encode is, but I understood what you were saying. Action cancelled. Okay, so action cancelled means the stop. Yeah, I understand. But I still am a little bit lost in the, yeah, debug.log, this input, callback context, so should callback context, read value, and here, what would be here? Because we don't have the context yet. Perform effect move value. So the effect move value is gonna call for the move vector. No, so that would be here. Kind of get confused with the unity action because I wasn't planning to do it like that at all. Yeah. Yeah, that means that if I need this, so just to have the logic. So here would be the switch statement for, I'm gonna try it, honestly we'll see. And here yeah, this is good. And yeah, read vector value. Case 1, we're gonna say, but how can I, yeah, can I do this? Like 0 and 1. Yeah, the switch case should know the contrast vector with 2 parameters. New vector 2. New style. What the hell, man? Case. New vector. Why isn't it? Vector 2. And why it doesn't let me? Convert text, convert binary. Yeah, switch cases. I've used switch cases with. And should I separate it? Normally yes, because there's no point in the game where I would like to register down and left as together in that sense. Let me try to understand a little bit, because honestly you gave me a lot of information which I wasn't going in that direction, and now I'm trying to understand some things. So give me a second. I just wanted to do because as we agree, like this is gonna make that when the action is performed, it's gonna call to this one. This is gonna affect move value, and at that point I would like to affect. Yeah, you're right, I don't need the switch statement in that sense. I just need to, but yeah, since I'm using the unity action vector 2 and I'm not really sure, it has been a while. Let's go and see this. It's gonna be easier for my brain to read the doc. Invoke the event. Pattern renderer private unity action my first action. So my first action plus equals my function, and my function is going to do that. So that means here it should be move vector in that sense. Is this what you were telling me to do? No. Yeah, I don't need to add listener, I'm not using the buttons. Okay, so if we do this, and you said just invoke the event, so in the action, no, not you, it would be move vector dot invoke, and here we have to pass the object read value vector 2. That's what you were telling me to do? Ugh. And this should be here. Okay. But so the idea would be also public void. Yeah, sorry, since I wasn't planning to do it like this at all, I got a little confused about the way you were trying to explain to me. I think it has its own, like it's good and it has logic that I just wasn't expecting to go in this direction. But I think it's gonna be good. I agree with you. Once again, input action, callback, and same thing, object. That way we can do this, and as again the should action. Yeah, I understand better what you were trying to say. Invoke and invoke, and this should be good. So this would be kind of like the base of the input actions. Another thing that I think I would like to do for this, I'm thinking if I should do it a singleton or not, since it's gonna be used almost everywhere. I don't think it's gonna. Thank you. You're right. After should action, like here or here. First one or the second one? Just before the invoke. Yeah, I agree. That's a good practice, because in that way, if I ever have, for example, let's say this is waiting for a controller or input or a button input or something, and it tries to do this action of move vector, but something is broken. The advice that Ergan was saying is to put this little question mark, and that's all just gonna do, is it a null? And once we call this, it's gonna say, is this a null reference? Is this available, or is it logical? And if it says yes, then it does the rest. And if it says no, is okay, there's a null reference, or there's something that's broken there, and I'm gonna end it here and not gonna invoke this. Which, yeah, on one side we're not gonna invoke it, but if we don't put this, it's not gonna get invoked. And also it could break our game, because it's gonna try to do this, but there's no reference, so errors and problems. Now that we have that, we can, yeah, but that's gonna be, we're gonna do it simply, since now I don't think we need more complication than that. But for example, here we're gonna, this is not interesting anymore, so we're gonna make public a player input manager, and it's gonna call player input manager. Since I don't want to fuck me, always this. Since I don't want to put the reference each time, and normally the script, that's why I wanted to do a singleton. I'm gonna do that. So here is, it's gonna be private or public for the singleton. We're gonna do everything no, this is private. Private player input manager singleton. And here in the awake, before anything, sorry, we're gonna say if singleton is equal to null. Yeah, it's equal to null. Then singleton becomes this. And if not, I know that somewhere around the syntax, but, and if not, normally we should destroy this one or the other one. I'm not sure if we should destroy this one or the other one. Of course, stupid. It's not gonna be public at all. That's a stupid thing for me to say, so no, yeah, private static and player input. No, not at all. Wait, what is this? No, yeah, it is. So it's gonna be instance. Yeah, singleton. That's the way I've done it. I'm seeing examples that yeah, this is okay. This is the one that I knew about. Is this else if the singleton is not equal not equal to this, then we destroy this, and that way we keep the first one that it was there. Instance, yeah, but at the end of the day it helps me know that this is a singleton, or yeah, I think it's pretty I think it's pretty clear for me if I call it singleton. What this is gonna do is that now here in the testing script I don't have to put the reference, because if I did put that reference, wait, let me give you the example. If I did put that reference, I'm gonna have to okay, everything's good. So we go back to Unity, and if I put that reference there, which is what I didn't want it to do because I thought that it was be more easy to break, I'm going to my test script here, and it's gonna ask me for the script. So that means that I should have another object that we're gonna call player for now, you know, and here we're gonna put the player input manager. There we go. And well, since we're here, we're gonna already put the actions of shooting and the actions of movement. Carajo. Movement. And what I didn't want is to have in this like player input manager, so that means that every time I use a player input manager, I'm gonna take the player, put it in here, and that way it gets the reference of that. But imagine having a lot of objects to that asks for that, you know, for example NPCs or levers or signs or anything that asks me the player is putting an input. I'm gonna have to take the player, put it in, take the player, put it in, and that's gonna be more easier to break, because I just need to miss one time that, and that interaction is gonna be completely broken. So what I did was to make the player input a singleton. That way I don't have to put this reference. I don't care about this reference. You can go ahead and out. Right? And that way I'm also gonna do, yeah, these ones are public, so everything's good. That way I can go here and put, for example, in awake, I can just say player input manager dot singleton brother. Why is not doing that to me? Because it's not, yeah, public, of course. But I don't know, in the example that they were giving me, it was private. I don't know why. But now I have the singleton, and here I have, for example, the move unity action. So here if I understand correctly, I just need to add shoot. And no, I don't need this. I need to do the... Yeah, I'm gonna do it as the guy said, like context, and then do something like this. And of course, you're gonna need this. No, not at all. Because I don't need the input action anymore. I already have it here as well. And here I can put player input manager dot singleton dot shoot. Yeah, I know that I made a mistake, so is this gonna work? No, I have to do it like... And can I use the same? I would guess not. Yeah, I would guess not. Yeah, I know that I did it in the wrong order. I'm aware of that. And here we're like that. And this is not gonna allow us because it's the same one, same name. So let's put it like this. Should does not have a value. You're right. But that means that I can use the same, or it's already used. It's like this, you say? Yeah. And context it's not necessary, or it is. Yeah, TTX for example. So I'm a little rusty, so that's why I'm not following. Not here, but you can call shoot. I'm not really clear about what you like. I'm not understanding exactly what you're saying. Shoot thing method after the shoot. Yeah, but it doesn't allow me. That's the thing. Well, first of all, this is gonna be reading from the move vector, and here normally I can see at this after the shoot. I still don't understand what you said, like how to fix this part, because expression expected. I understand. It shouldn't be like this. And if it's like this, then you give me so input action subscribe. So once again we're gonna go here. Yeah. That's what I was thinking about, but I'm not sure. Yeah. So Unity action subscribe. Subscribe and also the Unity action on game loaded and on game loaded. Yeah, this is what I thought it was gonna be. So that means that I don't need this. And it's not like that. Game loaded. If you want. So this is two actions assign the result to the left side of right. So this problem is subscribe. Oh, so yeah, no, that's not exactly what I was looking for. But we're calling Unity action. So I would like to just Unity action. I would like to see the documentation, please. Thank you. Yeah, it's plus equals and that function is void. So if we put effect, it's just public void. Ah, that's why, of course, that's the thing. No. Why? Yeah. Here the shoot, no, the shoot is a, is it because it's private? I don't think it's because it's private. It wouldn't make any sense since we're in the same space. Okay, let's continue to read the documentation. So in general, it would be something like this: my function and my second function. So it comes to be added, and in my function it's like this. So there's no return value. Of course. I'm gonna make more move vector action. We're gonna talk action, and here action, that way we can separate. And this is gonna be move vector action and shoot action. Everything, yeah, that's clearer. That's why it was taking this instead of this. That's why you couldn't do that. So now normally I would now read as the player input manager dot singleton dot move action, and now I can do this read value. Or how can I read the value here? Vector 2, we're not gonna have anything like that. And if I put this vector, what's gonna be the context of this? Move into a vector 2. I understand. Yeah, so vector 2 move values. Here we're gonna say move action plus equals move. So it's gonna pass down there, and move values dot to string should be what we want. And if the move is cancelled, is it gonna show us 0? Is it gonna trigger the action? That's what I'm thinking. Not this one. This one. It's gonna be called at 2. Okay, that's cool. That's what we want. So we go to the console, and once again we go to the left, and it doesn't work because input reader sub to the cancel event. It's not gonna work because I don't think there's a null reference here. It's subscribed to it. It's gonna invoke this, and here we're gonna shoot action subscribe to shooting. I know it's why it's not gonna work, because we haven't done this, and this is made here. I always do the same stupid shit. So here, and here. Well, and we don't need this anymore here. We decoupled this. So why is that action like that? Just shift and enter just opens a new window. I don't know why, but I don't know why. Yeah, I saw it and I said, look, okay, I need to do that. That's right. So I think now we have everything. We should have everything. And here, if we press everything's good, we go to the left, we keep pressing left, and we stop pressing, and it didn't. Yeah, that's why. I understand. Yeah, you're right. So that means that if shoot that action is cancelled, then we're gonna add shoot as well, and normally it should pass down as 0 0 0. Well, 0 0, it's vector 2. You're right. I went too quickly. Move action cancelled, and affect move value. That's the thing that we want. We don't care if shooting, we stopped shooting or not. Well, actually we do. That's gonna be for the charging the shot. So here you can shoot, and normally if we go to the left we get 1, and if we cancel it, like we stop going to the left, it should do 0 0. Okay. The organization of this, I am not that happy about it. I think there's still a few things to do here to have a better organization. So on enable and on disable, we're gonna put it like this, region, and this is gonna be enable disable, and we're gonna end the region here. That way I can get my code a little bit more organized. Even this, I would like it. That way, normally I should be able to just click on this, on enable, and I can forget about the disable and enabling of things. Right? We're gonna do here another region that's gonna be initialization, and we're gonna put the awake method in there. So here, that way initialization is done. And here, the last one, that's gonna be region. How can we call it? Input values affectations, something like that. Input value affectations, event subscriptions. Yeah, but it's not subscribing by doing that, it's the subscribe method that are there. So subscribed methods, nah. Input affectations. Yeah, but the subscribing is here. This is not the subscribing, right? For me, this is the subscribing part. So that's why I couldn't call this the sub to events, you know. So for me, you are gonna go here. And that way we have our regions. That way we don't have too much what? Oh no, sorry. It's not this, it's this. That way we don't have too much code in our heads, and we can come here and don't see like 100 lines of code or more. It's gonna be better. Yeah, that's a little bit more organized in my head. The thing now is that we're gonna have to separate less frightening this way. Yeah, I agree. We're gonna have to see what actions do we want in the game for the player. We have multiple actions that we want. For example, let's go back to our thing here and the input system. So first we're gonna need, well, move left. We're gonna do a simple list: move left and move right. This is gonna be our movement. We don't need move down or up, since the aiming is gonna be with the mouse or with the controller. So as a platforming in general, you go to the left, you go to the right, and to jump you use a jump button. So the up action is not gonna be used as movement, and the down action, I would only use it in things like in a platform. If you're in a platform and you use the down button, then you go down the platform, the down button plus jump, you know, or something like that. So that means that in movement per se, we're only gonna need left and right. That's one thing. Shooting, it's gonna go as shoot equals left. Well, actually, we call this normal attack because maybe I'm gonna do. I'm not sure if. Yeah, movement is decoupled from aiming. Normal attack because I'm not sure if my attack is gonna be. My normal attack is gonna be a melee attack, a shooting attack, or give the player the ability to choose between both of them. Left mouse, well, normal attack and missile, which should be special attack. So missile button, well, missile. That's gonna be our main two things now. Later we're gonna need also, as we have said, well, actually, yeah, it's not here, it's in player movement. We're gonna have a dash ability, so this is gonna go in movement, dash, and run, where the run is just gonna be just like in Silksong. This is not an important, like, we're now just doing a little list of the few things that we could remember to do. Grappling hook is gonna work with the missiles and with the mouse. Double jump is gonna work, but we only need the jump button, so of course jump button. Yeah, exactly. For now, I'm trying to make what I need. As for example, I'm gonna need a specific. Well, the direction. I'm gonna need a specific button for jumping, a specific button for dash. The run is gonna be like in Silksong. I really like that logic, and the normal attack and the missile attack. So I'm making a list of everything that's gonna be needed as the actions. Cannon, we only need one button, shooting, cannon shot. And the direction, honestly, could be also interesting to. Yeah, but that means that I need because the direction of the what we want, that would be something like, where was this? I think it was here. Yeah, this movement of the cannon light. It is important. It's easy to make with, if we, yeah, we're gonna need that as well. So cannon direction, that's gonna be needed as well. What I don't really know is how to affect it. Well, we're gonna put it in input affectation methods, so that's okay. This one, it's not, should not, like, it doesn't matter if it's cancelled. It should get the last thing. So I think for now it's everything that we should need. Everything else in the movement, for example, movement we did, then it's dash, movement, and jump. We don't need more buttons than that. Cannon is one button. Cannon shoot is one other button. And the grenade. And the scanner is gonna come after we need. It's the same button that we're gonna use for other things. So for aiming, you can decouple how you process the data with the mouse and keyboard and gamepad. Yeah, actually, I don't think it's necessary to decouple it, because if you're playing with the mouse or with a controller and suddenly you change to the mouse, I know, yeah, it's gonna be necessary because the player... No, because if we don't cancel the last movement, we're gonna see what... Yeah, because if we don't cancel the last movement, that means that if the player is doing this with the mouse and playing with that the moment he stops moving, it's not gonna... it's gonna stop recording that, and if I start to move with my joystick, it should take over the mouse, since the mouse is not calling the action anymore. I think it's like that. We'll see. Here in Unity, we're gonna go back to our system actions. So we've got shooting and we've got moving. It will take over. Yeah, that's what we want. So in actions, we also want jump. Here we're gonna do a new binding, which is just gonna be this one. Let's press space, space bar. And keyboard. And here we're gonna put I jump with B, which gamepad button south it would be, right? Button south, gamepad, jump button, done. Now we come here and we're gonna put a new input reference, public input action, but that is not the same from the mouse. It's the mouse position or position delta, but with the gamepad it's the joystick data. Yeah, exactly. We're gonna arrive to that part, but I agree. So input reference, this is gonna be... I don't like move, just move. So we're gonna change it to... No, to the same one as we have there. So it's gonna be movement, I think it was. No, don't add. So was it movement? Should is okay, and this is gonna be jump. Here we are gonna have another Unity action, which is gonna be public, Unity action, and jump action. Thank you. Initialization. What we have to put here is gonna be so jump action performed. We're gonna put the affect jump action. I want to have correct nomenclature, so we're gonna come here and we're gonna change this and put affect shoot value. That way it's clearer for us and we have the same logic, that every time it's the interaction of input affecting value inside this, it's gonna be affect the thing that we want to modify, and later the value. That way we can do this and everything is... And if we want to do it correctly, we should do movement here, movement, and the earlier we start with naming things right, the earlier it's gonna be easy for us to keep doing the same way, affect jump action, but it's not action, it's value. And here we are good with that. Here we're gonna do jump action. We're gonna call this invoke, and how can we cancel it? Because we cancel this by performing it, like, yeah, the idea would be effect, no, it would, this was okay, jump, effect, jump, Dios mío, jump value, that's what we want. And since it's not the same, because this, since it's a vector 2 and it's taking the input of my controller or my keyboard, it's gonna directly understand, like, it's kind of move or stop moving. This one, I think we're gonna have to decouple it. I don't think we can call the same one because it's just a simple Unity action. But if we do something like int, or yeah, int, that means that here we can go and invoke the object dot read value int. And just to test, I would love to do this. Private void jump, and here we're gonna go ahead and debug.log log here jumping, wait, I'm gonna do this. If so if, for example, we will do something like player input manager dot singleton dot, no, it's not like that at all. It's gonna be this here, int jump value, perfect. If jump value is greater than 0, yeah, perfect, then we're gonna do this. If not, it's making me what I didn't want. So if not, that means that it's debug.log, my god, .log, and jump cancelled. That's gonna tell us the moment that we canceled our jump or if we continued our jump, and that way we can rearrange the jump, because in most Metroidvanias you have two ways of doing jumping. You press the button and you have a height, a specific height that you're gonna jump. Think about Mario, the older Marios, you always jump the same height. And Metroidvanias in general have more control in their movement, so that means that if you stop pressing jump, it's gonna go down directly. It's not gonna continue jumping even if you just tap the button. So I need to know when the jump is cancelled in order for the player to go there, so to go down. So player input manager dot singleton dot jump action. Mario invented the tap jump, the first Mario. Normally the first Mario you had, if I remember correctly, you had the same jump. Oh no, maybe you're right. And why is it in my head that Yeah, I think you're right. The first Mario does have. So what game was it in my head that did? Because, or at least there's a Mario that I remember playing. No, I just checked, and yeah, I just checked it, and you're right. The first Mario is like that. So why have I have that in my mind? Whoa! But there was a game that I was thinking about. That's okay. We're just gonna find it later. Not important right now. Here we're gonna send the value. Yeah, and we're gonna read the value later, so we don't need to decouple this here. I was thinking, do I need to make another like cancel jump value? But no, this is gonna be read, and I just need to read elsewhere. Here is where I'm gonna control, so that's gonna be controlled in the movement normally. If that makes sense, we should be good. And if we go back to Unity, come here, hold the console as well, use the console. Of course, we forgot. Wait, what? Oh, don't tell me. I haven't. Yeah, save asset. This is good. This is okay. So the movement is gonna be here, and the jumping is gonna be here. So the idea would be that the only time that I have to do that is for this, for the player input manager. I don't have to do it for the testing object, for the NPC, for everything. No, I just do it in the player input manager, and everything else comes to read from this. Now we should be able to continue and do exactly what we did before, but now with the jumping button we should be able, so shoot, left, yeah, left and left cancel, right and right cancel, down and down cancel, and up cancel. And if I press space, I should be able to jump, or apparently not. And if I put the button, it's not. So what did we do? What did we do wrong? In the player input, yeah, enable input is always here. I have to, oh that's right, I have to enable each action. Honestly, for this I would do something like input action. It's not input action, it would be input action reference. Wait, I'm trying to dot. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I thought that I needed to do a for loop, but let's try that. Input actions. Well, I guess if I make public input input map, input action map, player input action map, and of course it does that because of course. And if I put it here, input action, player input action map, player input action map, and then actions enable. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to make a for loop, right? Or I just do enable to all of this. Let's try this. see if we can do that, because it could save us some time. If not, we can do a for loop. It's not that problematic. So if we do player input action map dot disable, that way we don't have to do one by one. Player input action map. Nope. It's not gonna be like that. Not the right class. Input action reference. No, it's not reference because that's too big. Asset. Sorry. Player input action asset. I should rename it normally like a normal person. What? Ah, yeah, of course. Here. Player input actions, we're gonna put it here. So does that gives us the ability of enabling everything? So here, if we go to the console, yeah, everything is enabled. I can do this, and if I press space for jumping, cannot read value from keyboard space bound action. Of course, because this is action type button, but it should be done as a value. Control type, we're gonna do an integer, and I don't think interactions, I'm not sure if that's the way it's gonna be done, because how does this says that it's gonna make 0 or 1? So that means that I can't do it like that. I should read it directly. Because normally I don't think, wait. Let's do like, what if put jump? Well, yeah. But this is a value. This is, well, we're gonna do that in this sense. So now that we have a value and an integer, we could do a binding. And here, is it gonna make us, so let's put the space bar, space, well, I don't know, the F key. Touchscreen pointer. Doesn't have the keyboard. Why? Space keyboard. Why? Because integer cannot be read. Okay. Interactions. Hold, press, tap, slow tap, and processors. Axis, dead zone, clamp, normalize, scale, normalize, min and max, and 0 is 0. I'm not sure if that's gonna work. I'm really not sure that that's gonna work. But we're here to test things and be a little bit stupid and see why it doesn't work. So here normally I should have the same thing happening. Yeah, agree. Which it's basically, I know where it is, but is telling us that in the 55, line 55 of the input manager, so this one, of course, because it's trying to read an integer value to this action, but it's not gonna do it. So again, as a correct developer, like as any developer, I'm gonna try to see how I could do it. So input action button read as integer. I don't know if that's how can I make my button. Display input function. Yeah, I want to read input action cancelled. Didn't read input action cancelled. Yeah, but that's gonna just tell us exactly the same thing as this. At the end of the day, we would love to have a unity action integer. I guess we could do this. Can get if action is performed cancelled in the context. Yeah, that was what I was thinking about, but yeah, I think we're gonna do that. So if object is performed, we're gonna do this, and we're gonna pass down the value that we want. Which is gonna be 1. But else, if the object button is cancelled, then we're gonna pass down the jump action. This invoke 0. So this would be the logical part. I wanted to decouple it because I thought that we were gonna have to do the affect jump button for this and another method for this. Same type of value under the hood. I guess yes, but that would mean creating an enum here. Yeah. So in which region are we gonna put it? Honestly, there's probably gonna be multiple enums here. Initialization, affectation methods, enable and disable. So I think it's gonna be here. So region, enums, and here downstairs we're gonna say public enum input actions enum. We're gonna call it like that. And here is gonna be cancelled, is gonna be 0. Gripping for by input action. What do you mean? Cancel and performed is gonna be 1. So in that logic, where is it? Here. Input actions enum no, I wanted to make it from actions. I'm gonna see later because I think it's yeah, but there are things that are gonna be needed for both of them, like initialization. Where do I put it? I put it as initialization. Then the enums, if I get an enum that I'm gonna use in multiple times, for example, cancelled and performed, I don't have to put it somewhere. So I think this is gonna be okay for now. Performed, and this should be an integer. And here we are gonna have int and input action enum dot cancelled. That way, as Tom said, it's clearer. That way when somebody comes, well, even if I did 0 or 1, I would have but that means that I can pass even here, you know. Instead of this, I could pass the action enum. That way you're dead, you're dead. And since it's a public, anyone can read from it. Yeah, I can pass the enum in the event. That's gonna be way easier. So here we're gonna have enum action enum. What was it? Enum input action enum input actions. And if input action, like input actions, is equal to performed, we're gonna jump. Else, if, always best to have to be a little bit, yeah, exactly. It's cancelled, it's gonna stop jumping. That way, as Tom said, if somebody comes and imagine, like, this is a small code for now, but this is gonna grow and grow, and if somebody comes and sees if input action is equal to 0 1, it's gonna jump, and if it's 0 jump cancelled, okay, that seems that it can be read here. But with big code, if you have too many numbers of 0 1 and things like that, it's harder to read. That's why Tom Ergen's way advice is really good, to put things that can be read and you don't have to try to understand it. Here you see if the input action that was passed through here is the enum performed, it's clear that what we have to do, you know. And normally we can come back here and here we can do jumping and stop jumping. Wait, what? The jumping cancelled is not, I know why. That's right, forgot. This little line of code. It's initialization, wake. Here we forgot to put jump, action, cancelled, and jump value. Everything that is good. We should also, just in case, where is it? Not in enum. Before forgetting, we're gonna put private void unsubscribe, and that way we can do this, because I'm not sure what happens if I don't unsubscribe from this. So this here, here. Normally it's something that should be done since we've subscribed up, and this we're gonna put unsubscribe, and we should be good. Now we should be good. No unsubscribe, no reference in a corner case I don't see often. Okay, yeah, well, at least we have that. Normally now we can jump and unjump easily. Jumping, jump cancelled, jumping, jump cancelled. Perfect. Now, there's only one thing that I still, because the shooting, we are gonna be able to shoot when it's like to charge. So that means that we're gonna have to put shoot dot action dot cancelled as well. Exactly, same behavior. Affect shoot value. Exactly the same behavior. This it's bothering me that it should be perform cancelled. Here it's an input action enum, and here we're gonna do the same thing. Honestly, just copy and paste this, and here we're gonna do should action invoked, and should action invoked. Can alt arrow up down to move line up or down. Oh, cool. So alt, perfect. Thank you for that. Cool. And what else do we need here? Well, the testing, of course. We're gonna need this here. Nope. In the shooting. This, it's easier to just take this and do this. And here we're gonna do, since when we start is gonna be charge shot, and this is gonna be release shot, and that's when we take a shot. Now we should have also shooting managed the shooting part of charge shot. I'm holding, releasing, release shot. Perfect. The only thing that I'm not extremely happy is that shoot, we're gonna have multiple weapons in the game. The main ones is the missile, and the other one is either a shot or a melee attack. This, what we just did, is for the melee attack. So I'm gonna rename it to normal attack action, right? Right, normal attack action. Here we're gonna put also, here we're gonna change the name to normal attack. Normal attack. Don't add. Next. And here affect normal attack value. Normal attack value. Oh, there we go. And this, yeah. Affect normal attack value, and affect normal attack value. There we go. Ah, right. And we still have to do this. Okay, there should be a way of cancelling all of this. Well, I don't know, we'll see. Okay, so that is for the normal attack. And of course, to have everything in the same nomenclature and the same name, with the same name, we're gonna put this, and it's not gonna be called should, it's gonna be called normal attack, and we're good for now, because we would also need a special attack. That's gonna be our missiles. Normal attack and special attack have binding of Isaac, no, binding of the right mouse button, and it's gonna be a keyboard, and the right trigger, and keyboard, where is it? Right trigger, gamepad, and it's gonna use the gamepad. That should be good, right? Right. Yeah. We're gonna do just when you press, no, because we don't want that, we want to know. Okay, so I don't know why this worked, because normally it should interact only when it's pressed, but we clearly had when the pressing got cancelled. Sure, right. Normal attack, since I changed the names, I'm gonna put this here. Now we shouldn't have any problems. We're good. Charge shot, release shot. Charge shot, you can see it in the bottom left corner. Release shot. Okay, so that is good. Now this is gonna be kind of like the same thing. So normal attack, like special attack. Normal attack action, which it's public, so I'm gonna rename it with N, and duplicate special attack action. Special attack action. Here we're gonna do basically affect normal attack. We're gonna take this and we're gonna do it again. Always the same thing, just shift and enter and it gives me another window. So, but this is a special attack value. And special attack. And special attack. And lastly, we're gonna take these two. We're gonna say special here, well, special and special, and here this we're gonna put it downstairs as well, same order, that way I don't like for you to be there. Oh, that's right, we can do this. Okay, and now come back here, shoot, well, we don't care how it's called here because this is going to be replaced. Special shoot, we can do special shoot, so special charge shot and special release shot. And here we just put player input manager singleton dot wait, what's your problem? Dot special attack action, and we just put special shot. And well, just in case, well, we haven't unsubscribed to this, but we don't care. This is just a testing, so this is not a problem. And now if we do left, of course, always the references that I forget. So the special attack is gonna come here. Now we should be okay. And if we do left click, special charge shot, special release shot, and with the controller, this one's charge, release, charge, release, and charge, release. Perfect. So that input system starts pretty good, but there's just one thing that I would love is to try and see the aiming movement here. So we're gonna have this, and aim direction, which is gonna come right after the movement, since it's gonna be have a binding of, this one was with a modifier, right? Or binding properties, digital normalized, and digital normalized, yeah. And you shouldn't, yeah. Say that's it. So aim direction, we have the movement, but the aim direction, we're gonna add a binding, which should be, no, it's not gonna be that one. We're gonna add, what is the positive? Yeah, it's just that. So we're gonna add with one modifier, we're gonna change. That's why I don't understand. Like, this is composite type vector 2. So if we do yeah, it's this one, it's gonna be a value, of vector2, and we're gonna put an binding, no, once again, composite. Yeah, so why can't I, there it is. So this is gonna be mouse aim, and I'm gonna make another one that's gonna be joystick aim. Joystick aim. Here we need the mouse controller direction, so it's gonna be mouse scroll delta, delta down, forward, that I'm not sure. First of all, we're gonna do this one. The joystick, it's gonna be pretty easy. So it's gonna be right joystick, because before we had like left joystick left, you know, left stick, it's left stick, right stick up, perfect. Here, right stick down, right, yeah, right. Here we get right stick left, and here right stick right, right stick down, left, right gamepad. Okay, so we have up, down, left, right. This one is okay. The mouse button aim is gonna be a little bit more complicated, I think, because we want to know in which part of the screen is that, you know, and this, it shouldn't be normalized. That's what I wanted to do. Shouldn't be normalized at all. This here, this here, this here, and this here. Yeah, you shouldn't be normalized. You should be analog, because we can have 50 or like half. It doesn't have to be 1 1 0 0 1 0 1 minus 1. It can be somewhere around the two. And here, that's the part where I'm not really sure, because how could we get the move direction? Get mouse position with in Unity, with new input system Unity. Again, in general, that's what I like about Unity, and that's why I still use Unity, is because you have a big community that there's always a tutorial to know how to do something. I don't know what I did. Yeah, and yeah. So what do people on the internet say? There's a way to change screen coordinates to unit. Wait, this is 2020. I don't even know if it's using the new input system. So we're gonna add, well, new input system. Yeah, we're good. Yeah, that's gonna be later, I think. Like, it's not gonna be part of the input. We're just gonna get the camera, like the mouse position, I guess. Mouse current position, you need to use the camera. I'll try that out. So that worked. There is one problem. I now need a way to do certain actions depending on different input devices. I look into it. I'm testing mouse position using the new input system. There's something wrong. This is my mouse position reference. No interaction, no processor. So yeah, we get that. And this code, yeah, that arranges later. Does not produce the same output as using input mouse position. Move cursor stick to my mouse as expected by using mouse position. It behaves weirdly, movement, and it's not 1-1 with my mouse. There is an offset that gets bigger and closer I get to the edge of the screen. Am I being stupid or something wrong? So yeah, I think we're gonna need to read the mouse position, and then later we're gonna aim it. But for us now, I think like, can I get the mouse position? Mouse position. Yeah, position of the mouse. So this is not gonna be a 2D vector, it's gonna be one modifier, I guess. No. U. Yeah, because I want to do a vector too. I don't want it to be a normalized. And up binding mouse, click left, position. Yeah, position, for example, up, shoulder position X. Yeah, I'm not sure at binding, and this one I can use mouse position, and it should be the same, should give us vector 2. This is a vector 2, and I don't want it normalized, so we're gonna try that. But that means that if we change the position, is the only moment that we understand that we use this. So we're gonna do, for now, we're gonna do the same thing as we did with the movement to try to get the mouse direction. So here in player input, movement, we're gonna do public input action reference, aim. Wait, how do we call it? Aim direction, sorry. Aim direction. Always try to be consistent with the names that we use. This is public. Come on, man. Thank you. Unity action. Here it's going to be a vector 2, and it's going to be aim direction action. Yeah, sounds about right. Here we're going to affect movement value. It's going to be the same as affect aim direction value. Aim direction value. Value, we already had it. And yeah, it's not gonna come from move, it's gonna come from aim direction action. Yeah, and we're gonna have that. And lastly, we only need one. There's no point where we cancel it. If we cancel it, it's gonna stay the same, I guess. Yeah, aim direction performed, perfect. And here aim direction, if it's gonna be here, aim direction dot, exactly. Thank you, thank God that we have this. Well, it's easier. So from this side I think we're good. On this one, special move, and we can say private void aim direction. Yeah, sounds about right. debug.log, and we're gonna see aiming, perfect. And here we still need to, in the movement part, player input manager dot singleton dot aim direction action dot aim direction. Now I think we have everything for the aiming part. Here we're gonna take the aim direction and put it right here, that way we're not gonna have that error. And we're gonna see if it works. Well, first of all, this. And if I change it, the aiming works. Yeah. So if I go up, the second, well, if I go to the left, the first number, 784, is gonna go down. And if I go to the right, it's gonna go up. Now, if I go up, the second number, 117, is gonna go up. And if I go down, it's gonna reduce. Now, with the joystick, if I'm using the joystick to the left, so the joystick is not moving. The joystick is not working. Wait. Aiming. Why isn't the joystick working? Let's see that. Oh, calm down. So we've got movement, and we got here the joystick aim, digital normalized, and here analog. Let's put it in digital. I think that's the problem. I didn't want it normalized, but it's not analog either. So let's see. I'm gonna use the right joystick. Still not working. Have no idea why. Left joystick, digital normalized, and if I take out, well, first of all, let's see, up, left stick up, and this, right stick up, down, down, left, left, and right, 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 right. The only difference that I see is digital normalized. But once again, we don't want that. We don't want to be normalized because we can be between 1 and 0 in a direction. No, it wasn't that. It's just not working, my joystick. Like, there's something making it not work, which is surprising, since everything is still working, like the left joystick is still working, you know. It is surprising. Left joystick and joystick aim. Yeah. Here, right stick up, left stick up, gamepad. Why is it not recording? That's the only thing that I'm not really understanding. Aim direction, movement value vector 2, aim direction value vector 2. Wait, let's change only to get the gamepad. Position mouse, that's why. I think it was overriding it. because the position of the mouse was general, but no, I want it only on keyboard and mouse. So it was overriding it. Normally, this I think is what's gonna make us be able to use our left joystick. So let's see, our right joystick. So let's see, down joystick, not freaking working. The hell is it? Because it's always updating the mouse position. For example, if I take this and show the right binding, I'm gonna like take it away, you know. Now, does that mean that I can use the joystick and it was being overwritten by the mouse? Let's see. Yep, that was it. So that means that we can't have one overriding the other. I wanted to see if I put digital, if I have the in-between, because that's what I want, the in-between. No, only have 1 0 1 0 1 0 1 0. Can I save them inside here? So aim direction, joystick as analog, save asset, come back to the game, and now still only have 1 0 1 0 1 0 1 0. And if I do something like digital normalized, but that's what we were doing before, and we got 7.7 or something like that. Oh, I think it's, yeah, I think I need to go out of this, put analog, then save asset, and then put play, and that's gonna take it into account. Otherwise I don't think it's gonna take it into account. Yeah, exactly. See, now I have different values. So I go all the way to the right. This is all the way to the right, but I can have a little bit up to the right and do the whole 360. There's still a 1 0 part. That's a lot because I'm moving it like this. I'm moving it right now, and it's only one. Well, shouldn't be that much of a problem. Actually, we can test it. How can we test it? We're gonna test it like this, okay? So, first of all, we're gonna look how to convert 360. No, I don't know how to say it. We should make convert vector to direction. No, vector 2 to 360 degrees. Yeah, exactly. Actor, move rotation, get axis, look vertical, get axis, look horizontal, map, right, whoa. Okay, calm down. Yeah, I think this is the untested. We want something less inscrutable. How about this? So we're gonna take our testing script and we're gonna add a little thing. So here we're gonna do our object. So it's gonna be aim object. Well, we're gonna take the transform of this object. It's the only thing that matters to us, and we're gonna make it public. Actually, public transform aim object And once again, this is our testing, so we kind of don't care about the code. Move aim direction. So aim direction, we're gonna call it like that, and we're gonna do the aim object dot, what was it that they set us to use? RB move rotation. Yeah, that's not exactly what I want. So look at aim direction, but it's not look at exactly. It would be rotate. But now we're gonna have to play around with this freaking. Yeah, you know what? We're gonna rotate only in the y-axis. So this is gonna be 0. Wait, vector 3. So it's gonna be new vector 3, where it's gonna be 0. Aim direction y 0. And here angle, space relative. Yeah, it's not what I want. It's gonna be more like lookout. Vector 2 angle. It would be new vector 3 dot, no. Vector 3 angle. Does that exist? Okay, perfect. This here and this here. Does that work? It's not work. Why doesn't it work? Import missing reference. Yeah, perfect. Sure. And now, what are you gonna tell me? Yeah, of course, because it's in Euler angles. Vector 3 Eulers. What? No. Come on, man. Vector 2 angle, vector 2 up. And it takes, yeah, because this takes the angle between the, that will return the angle between the two vectors. And we need to return one vector into the direction. Value float. You need to turn a vector into an angle that requires a start and an end vector to measure the angle between. I think both you're picking up as the start vector. This is why it's explicit. I don't know how methods works behind the scenes, but direction requires only one vector. Normalized. As you can see, when the velocity is normalized, it shows speed. I don't want to give rotation right now. I don't think it's important. Like, it would be more. Yeah, we're gonna do that. We're gonna do dot look at, and here you out, you this, and here it asks for a transform or a vector 3. So this works. Does this work? It's not valid. Vector 3 angle. Once again, how do we transform the position of 0 and 1 to an angle? So angle 64 is sine the angle, which is angle sine. Sine is math, sine dot. Okay. Both vectors on the same plane. Probably something like this. Use the code and put an argument like I'm moving the mouse, but it's returning 0. That would actually work. You know, like XY position, and it's not an X set. Should work if you do this. Mouse position, single angle between, right, vector 3, input mouse position, or inputs mouse position. Yeah, but I want to just rotate the object around that. So we're gonna try with chat GPT as well. Just ask him to Unity. I get the mouse position and I want an object to rotate depending on the mouse position. I thought it was gonna be a little bit easier, at least to just rotate the object around. Yeah, I just need to transform these kind of values between 0 and 1 into directions. Transform normalized vector 2 into angle. Ah, that's right. That's what I wanted. Okay. That's exactly what I wanted. I think. So it should be here. Look at. So it's mathf, I would guess, dot atan 2 actually. And this is gonna be leave it alone. And I would guess it would be new. No, don't need new vector. I just need aim direction. Sure. And here, this. Show context actions. What is it? Static members. Why do I need to? Which one is the static member? What the? Look at takes should take a vector 2 value. Why don't you let me? Normally it should be able to look at what it takes as a value. Ugh, classic. Sometimes like the most complicated things can take a lot of like not so much time sometimes, and even simple things can take a lot of time. Now aim direction cannot look at float. Candidates are transform or vector 3. What? Yeah, and it gives me float, so I guess I should rotate it. Yeah, but normally it doesn't allow me. For example, if I put rotation dot y, let's say, equals this, I shouldn't be able to do that exactly. He's gonna say that we can't do that. But if we do new vector, new quaternion, new vector 3, I don't think it's gonna allow us to do a vector 3, and it doesn't propose to us. So quaternion dot identity, it's not what we want. Whoa, that shows me how rusty I am, you know. Vector 2 from an angle. Yeah, this should be good. Now I think we get this correctly. But this is normally, for example, if I do this, it should give us a 360 angle. Honestly, if that gives us a 360 angle, we should be good. So here, yeah, exactly. So to the left is, yeah, 180, 180 to negative and 180 to positive, you know. So down and up. Yeah, we get the angle, which is good. I would love, I'm gonna do this. No, I don't think that's gonna be the best. So maybe I don't need this to do a 360 angle, because it would be easier to have 360 angle and not have that aiming there, like from 180 to negative 180. So here, no, it is necessary. So it is necessary to have at least that. And actually it's pretty good. So if I do less, I guess I could do that. So if I do this, for example, here, here, and plus 180, we should have the 360 angle. Wait, was it in negative? I'm not sure. Let's see. So, like 180, then going to 0, which is 360. 360, so 360 is gonna be left, up, and 0 also it's left. Up is 270, right is 180, and down is 90 degrees. So that's pretty good actually. And the only thing that we would need to do would be aim object, like aim object dot rotate or forward perpendicular, returns a nominal representing the blue axis in the form of workspace. Unity rotate object axis on script. And once again, as always, looking for the answers that we have. Now we have the 360 angle, which is what we wanted. And where is it? Yeah, I closed this one. Create an empty, make an empty computer cell, reset, unparent, rotate the empty. What? effect, transform, rotation, script, because that's gonna give me the script. And yeah, I just need that. So effect for continuous or relative rotation, or set quaternion for an absolute rotation. Yeah, I want an absolute rotation. Transform that relative. Yeah, this one was the one that I wanted. Rotation, it's equal to that. Yeah, I think that makes sense. I think that makes sense. Yeah, the rotations are so horrible. So what we're gonna do is the player. Which one is the one that's gonna rotate? The testing object is the one that's gonna rotate. So the aim object, I know, but we're gonna do a thing. Look, we're gonna create a little capsule. There we have our little capsule. That's gonna be the player. And we're gonna rotate that on the y-axis normally. Here on the inside here, we're gonna give our player just something that allows us to see where he's seeing. So it's gonna be a cube. So glasses, materials, can we change its color? No, okay, doesn't matter. So here in the scene, we're gonna go see here. We're gonna put the glasses here. We're gonna do rotation. The scale in Y is gonna be 0.1, no, 0.3. In Z is gonna be 0.3, no. Wait, which one is the forward? The forward of our capsule. Yeah, this one. Okay, so the forward is there. So the capsule is just gonna be here in 0.5, 0.5. Ah, yeah, it's not 0.5. Glasses. Here I think it's 1. No, it's 0. Yeah, this is 0.5 and this is 1 or 0.7. 0.5. Yeah, you know, those are our glasses. And here we're gonna be 0.8. Those are the beautiful glasses that our character has. Beautiful. We're gonna put them in red to be able to see it a little bit better. Where is the material? Testing, where is testing? Testing, shadows, testing. Once again, this is gonna go out at some point, so we're gonna create a material. Rendering. Material. Yeah, new material, red. This base map, sure. We're gonna put it in red, and that material, we're gonna use it on the glasses. So, and the camera, we're gonna put it at 0. We're gonna put it at 0. This is gonna be 90. No, not this. It would be the axis, right? 90. Yeah, perfect. And this, you're gonna be at 10. Wait, what? Yeah, you should. No, it's not the scale, sorry. It's here. This should be at 10. That way, we can see the player. Now, if we did everything correctly, we should see the player rotate with our script. I don't know if we did everything correctly. But that's what we're gonna see. So it's moving, but it's having a hard time. So let's see what's inside here. So here, of course, because we're moving it by the, look, the aim direction, and we don't want to move it by the aim direction. We want to move it by this, the multiplication of the angle that we did. So take this out, we take this in, and I think there's still this missing. No, it's gonna be something like, because it takes so it's gonna be new vector 3, this is gonna be 0, this is gonna be what we took, and this is gonna be 0 as well. Here we're gonna rotate the object only on the y-axis. That way we're gonna see it here. If Unity wants to cooperate. Here we're gonna do this rotation. See? So that's the idea, and since it's a 360, it should work. There we go. And we can see our little guy moving. If we go down in the camera, where is it? Nice, nice, that's good. And the Z, we're gonna put it in -5, and the angle, we're gonna put it here. So here we should see our little guy moving in the directions that we want, even if it's inversed a little bit, but we're okay. And we can move in, we can see in every direction. It still clicks at this point, so maybe we're gonna have to get better at it, but this is not bad. This is not bad at all. So we spent most of the stream just working on the input system, but I think it's important, and that way people can, if somebody wants to go and see how we did the input system when Shadows is gonna come out, well, you can see the bases here. And this would be the direction of the cannon. It's gonna be in 3D because I want to do a few things, but the gameplay is gonna be 2D side scroll. So this is just for the cannon to aim wherever we want. So that's pretty good. That's pretty good. I think we have done almost everything that we could, or that we wanted to do. And at least for now, we're gonna develop the game little by little. But for now, it took a lot of time, more time than I would have liked, but we tried to do things correctly, not the fastest way. So yeah, I think that's gonna be it for the project for now. And yeah, I think we're gonna end the stream there. We didn't do that much, or it doesn't look like that much, but we advanced, and that's the important part. Did a major system, yeah, and it's important and it's necessary, you know. That's why I'm happy with it, because we got it working, we got the system that we want, and little by little it's gonna make more sense. Like at least, well, this one is for to throw it into garbage, but this is functional, organized, and that's kind of what we wanted. So we can take initialization here, here, and here. We have a pretty organized start. So yeah, I'm happy with this. Tomorrow, I don't even know what we're gonna do tomorrow. Like tomorrow we could play, or tomorrow we could still continue doing programming. I would like to take more and more time to program and address and advance in shadows, but I also like to play. So and I like to give people to see what to play. So we're gonna see that tomorrow. It's gonna be a surprise. But if we do play tomorrow, I would love to make another stream of programming during the week. That would be incredible. So thanks everyone for being here and being patient with me with the things that I didn't see and my and everything. Thanks Tom for the help with this system. I think it's better. I'm gonna see at some point what the scriptable object part of the system could be. Could be, and if it's interesting enough for me to apply it, or if shadows could work and can work logically without that. We'll see that. But until then, we're gonna stay with this system. Thank you. Thanks a lot. And yeah, we'll see each other tomorrow. Input system in Godot is so much easier. I haven't tried it. I've never done it actually, so I have no idea. But maybe it's easier, but that's why I would love to know it more, because it could be it could be easier, but also could mean that you can do less things, or I don't know. There's a lot of things that can happen if it's easier, you know. Easier doesn't always mean better. So yeah, we're gonna finish with that. Thank you everyone for being here, and we'll see each other tomorrow. So have a great day.